Halo, sesi malam. Halo, sesi malam. Dan hari ini, ayo kita main game yang baru ku beli di summer sale kali ini. Game ini udah rilis agak lama sih, tapi aku baru nunggu sale, jadi aku baru beli sekarang, baru kemudian baru kemudian sempat main. Aku udah pernah main dulu kalau nggak salah sekilas doang. Tapi sekarang baru mau legit mainnya panjang. Dulu aku sempat nyoba di tempat lain, tapi aku belum beli sendiri, jadi aku baru akhirnya beli sekarang sendiri. Nanti aku cerita dulu tentang gamenya. Sorry, aku prep dulu sedikit. Oke, begitulah untuk hari ini. Untuk sesi kali ini prepnya, entahlah. Anyway, kalau begitu, ya kita langsung buka aja gamenya. Game ini developernya, timnya namanya Sukira Sparo dan dipublish oleh Manga Gamer. Itu. Ups, aku bilang itu tapi
Sukira Sparo.
This is a work of fiction. All persons, organizations, etc. appearing in this work are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual persons, organizations, blah blah blah. Sure. Oh, welcome to the expression
Kotonoha Amrilato.
The expression Amrilato. Ini adalah game VN, visual novel, pakai engine Ren'Py. Engine ini kan engine untuk visual novel builder, jadi sebetulnya kesannya kayak amatiran gitu, kayak game-game RPG Maker lah, Ren'Py itu. Tapi production value-nya gede juga loh. Ada openingnya, wow, aku kaget, jujur. Jadi game ini adalah visual novel, Yuri, tadi udah lihat di openingnya. Kemudian, tapi juga kita belajar bahasa. Buat aku belajar bahasa Esperanto. Dulu aku pernah belajar sedikit banget udah lupa total. Jadi anggap aja belajar dari awal. Aku dulu udah pernah main game ini sekitar 1 jam, 2 jam, tapi udah lupa juga story-nya. Kita akan belajar ulang dari awal. Belajar bahasa Esperanto, belajar bahasa Jepang, belajar bahasa Inggris, belajar bahasa Indonesia. Pokoknya 4 bahasa dalam satu video ini. Story-nya pun juga bagus. Jadi nggak cuma gimmicky VN yang punya gimmicknya di sini mereka bicara pakai bahasa Esperanto. Nggak cuma sampai segitu. Lebih dari itu. Dan ini aku udah masukin wishlist, tapi ketika sale aku lupa terus. Kemarin ketika summer sale baru aku ingat. Oh iya, summer sale. Oke, beli. Cek wishlistku langsung beli. Udah beli. Tadinya aku nggak mau mainin game ini, game yang lain, tapi kalau sekarang udah seperti ini, ya aku udah. Ini adalah salah satu game yang udah aku tunggu-tunggu. Pengen dimainin. Aku mau ya pokoknya belajar dan bersenang-senang dengan mereka. Itu aja. Read text fast. Nanti kalau kurang cepat nanti dicepetin bisa. Screen size full screen, in-game quizzes, bring them on. Tulisannya tuh bisa berubahnya gini. Jadi ini kadang-kadang suka itu bacanya apa gitu. Tapi kupikir nanti kalau ada yang mau diubah settingnya, ya diubah nanti. Semuanya default dulu untuk sekarang. Unmute dan interrupt voices during playback, on. Sisanya nanti kalau ada yang mau diubah ya bisa diubah gampang. Anyway, nggak pakai lama. Udah lama, 8 menit. Load game, new game. I'm auto. As I left the station, I finally felt a sense of relief. I was exhausted. Kalau teksnya nggak kebaca siapaan? Situ bagus. Kok FPS count-nya begini lagi ya? Bentar. Quit dulu, restart game. FPS counternya biasanya di pojok kanan atas. Anyway, game ini harusnya bisa sedikit lebih nyantai. Mungkin aku nggak akan baca semua kali kalau Tapi aku akan belajar bahasa Esperantonya. Nggak bener, kali ini aku akan komit belajar. Nggak cuma iseng main doang, tapi betul-betul mau aku pelajarin. Jadi semakin kita progres, harapannya aku bisa berhenti bicara bahasa Indonesia dan Inggris, atau bahasa Jepang, dan bisa mulai bicara Esperanto. Ngomong-ngomong, ayo mana gamenya? Ya, itu dia lautnya. Although the language appearing in this work, Yuriamo, is based on Esperanto, certain original words, grammar rules, and interpretations have been incorporated for the sake of the narrative. Oke, cool. Dan cool opening.
Amrilato.
Oke, let's go. Aku harusnya FPS-nya di kanan atas, tapi ya udah lebih ada. As I left the station, I finally felt a sense of relief. I was exhausted from the 10-minute delay on the train, but thankfully I'd make it back home in one piece.
にしても、やたら長い時間調整だったな。
With all the announcements they kept making saying the train ahead is, it made me wonder, can't we at least move? I guess that would have been pretty difficult with both trains on the same track. But still, it'd be a pretty nifty solution to the problem if we could just switch from one rail to another.
いいのいいの。
There's no sense agonizing over the past. Life is all about looking ahead and not forgetting your goals. And today I had a goal that nothing was going to distract me from.
はよ変われ。
The crosswalk signal in front of the station was costing me precious time. No, I guess if I wanted to put a more positive spin on it, that meant I had more time to myself to think, right?
どんな味なんだろう。
The image of Yuzu's blissful and disheveled face popped back into my head. I can't believe you've never heard of him. Aren't you supposed to be from around here? Maybe I should start calling you Borin starting tomorrow. What? I knew that had to be good for her to tease me so much.
超ハードル上がったからな。覚えとけよ。
Okay, cool. Save
セーブ
dulu.
だけど大丈夫？
Ouch. Save di sini. I placed both hands over my chest while which was puffed up in anticipation. The instant the light changed, I spread it across like an Olympic athlete. My target was a newly opened taiyaki stand on the edge of the bustling shopping district, which was full of people hunting for end-of-month sales. Yeah, sure. Skip.
そりゃなんとなくはチェックしてたけどさ。
Oke, jadi bentar aku ngalangin namanya. Ya udah pojok kiri atas saja. Whenever I'd passed it before, I always had a mouthful of sweets, or hands full of bags, or thought I'd come back with someone later. I just never had the opportunity. Fast. That's why first thing this morning, I'd made the decision to go today. I just had to have some of this taiyaki I'd been hearing so much about. Somehow, the old familiar cityscape had a kind of fresh new look to it.
たい焼き。
I love sweets.
皮はパリッと、中はしっとり。
Just thinking about that first bite that melts in your mouth was more than I could bear.
たい焼き屋さん、ロックオン。
Normally there was a line, but right now the last customer was just about to leave. I picked up the pace and slid up to the counter.
いらっしゃいませ。
あんこ一つくださいな。
Maybe I was a little too excited.
あんこお一つですね。当店はこしあん仕様となりますがよろしいですか？
はい。
I was so embarrassed I couldn't look at the smiling clerk in the face. Yeah, I just knew she had to be laughing at me in her head.
お待たせしました。お一つでお会計税込み170円となります。
どうも。
I handed her the exact change I've been carrying in my pocket since before I got on the train and reached out to take the paper bag she was offering.
暑いので気をつけてくださいね。
I nodded as I took the bag, savoring the heat.
これこれこれ、焼きたて最高。
Each day had its share of troubles, but moments like these made them fly away.
いただきます。
The part sticking out of the bag was crispy while maintaining just the right amount of firmness. The subtle Japanese flavor and the piping hot sweetness in my mouth were incredible. The taste was so far above my expectations, I almost forgot where I was for a minute.
お客様？
Wait, why was I chowing down right here and now?
すみません。とっても美味しいです。
That's right, I was still in front of the taiyaki stand. Geser, ada yang mau beli di belakangmu. As I came back to my senses, I realized that a line had started forming behind me. I quickly stepped aside to escape the eyes watching me.
恥ずかしすぎる。
I tried to put some distance between the stand and myself. But just as I turned a corner to head down a back alley, I tripped and lurched forward, scrambling to stay upright. Somehow I managed to put my hand on the wall to avoid disaster. I didn't know what had gotten into me in the past few minutes. Anyone watching would have thought I was just some weirdo. Are you not?
知り合いとかに見られてないよね。
Nothing would be worse than if one of my classmates saw me. Anything but that. I lifted my head and prayed that I had avoided that level of misfortune. Thankfully, no one had seen me. But something wasn't right. I was overcome with an indescribable sense that something was wrong. If I had to put my finger on it, I'd say the atmosphere didn't seem right.
なんか
Thinking maybe I had something in my eyes, I rubbed them with my sleeves. But even with my vision clear, nothing was any different. No, this was wrong. Something was definitely off. Way off.
何これ。
It wasn't just my eyes. Something was wrong with my ears too. I couldn't quite make out what the people on the street were saying.
と
What had I just been doing? What was I doing now? What am I?
どうしよう。何も考えられない。
All at once, a childhood memory came back to me. I had lost my grip on my mom's hand in a busy crowd and started to look everywhere for her in a panic. She wasn't to my left or right, in front or behind me. She was nowhere to be found.
これって迷子？
Yes, this felt exactly the same as back then. My whole body cursed with the despair of being all alone.
やだ、そんなわけないじゃない。
It wasn't possible at my age. After all, I knew this place. But something felt subtly different.
もうここどこなのよ。
I shouted out without thinking. Then I noticed the sky overhead. That wasn't possible. It hadn't been much later than 2 o'clock when I got back into town. More than an hour couldn't have passed since then.
だよね。おやつタイム前だ。
I checked my phone and confirmed that my estimate wasn't too far off. What was off was the view in front of me.
なんで空がピンクなの？
This wasn't the color of an evening sky. This was totally different from the color of a sunset. It wasn't the red, orange, or deep purple that came with the approach of nighttime. It was something I had never seen before. It wasn't an unpleasant color, but It looked terribly ominous.
待って落ち着け落ち着こう
Maybe I was just suffering from exhaustion. If not, could it have been the taiyaki I just ate? Had it actually been laced with some illicit substance that was giving me hallucinations?
美味しすぎると思ったのはそのせい
Masa sih? If that was the case, then this was serious. The other customers who bought taiyaki would be in trouble too. I hurried back to the shopping district's main street. I stood dumbstruck for almost 10 full seconds.
なんじゃこりゃ
Yeah, lihat detailnya. The cityscape I should have known well was subtly different. The storefronts, they all had signs written in letters I couldn't understand.
あれたい焼き屋さんは
I looked around frantically, not finding anything, but a pleasant scent wafting in the air led me to it. But, it wasn't coming from the stand I had just been to. If my memory serves correctly, this should have been a ramen stand.
どうしようどうしよう
My nausea was quickly surpassing my fear. I had to get my bearings somehow.
すみません
I met the gaze of a girl and approached her, bowing my head as I spoke.
ここって杉玉商店街ですよね
I was hoping she would respond with, "Yes, that's right." But the reality was different. All she did was tilt her head with an extremely puzzled look on her face. And then,
Perdono mi comprenas kion vi diras
she shook her head like she was apologizing. She certainly looked Japanese, but we couldn't communicate. In that case,
Excuse me
what about English? I wasn't sure what I should say about that though. Please understand me. I bowed my head again, as if in prayer. She just smiled at me and said,
Ne gravas
and left with a smile.
英語もダメなの
Yeah. Even after I had swallowed my pride to display my barely passable foreign language skills, I was heartbroken and my enthusiasm levels had dropped to half. Still, I wouldn't let myself be discouraged. I would just keep finding new people to challenge until I found one who would understand me.
Megeta
Not being understood by anyone was a miserable feeling. And being completely unable to understand what anyone else was saying was beyond disheartening. I was shocked when I tried speaking to a girl around the same age as me, only to have her walk away without a word. The final blow was when I started to feel like people were watching me with suspicion. Well, even the laid-back people in the shopping district would lose their patience if some confused girl started going up to every...
はいすみません引っ込みます
Waduh. I went into a deserted back alley and sat in the corner. My eyes glazed over as I stared out at the barely visible shopping district at a complete loss. How had things come to this? Aku baru ingat lagi kalau ternyata openingnya lumayan dark begini loh. Okay, let's try to calm down and think about this. 1. Something's wrong with me. 2. Something's wrong with the world. 3. Something else is wrong. If it is something's wrong with me, then I need to pin down the cause. If I can figure out the cause, then I can start to figure out how to fix it.
治療不可の病気とかだったらどうしよう
What if, as it progresses, it starts to affect my senses besides my vision and hearing? Am I already too far gone? I should at least check my sense of taste.
大丈夫だ
I shoved the rest of the taiyaki into my mouth. Even though it had cooled off a little, I could tell it was still as scrumptious as ever. Wait, what am I, stupid? I just devoured the whole taiyaki, even after my earlier suspicions. Now my condition might get even worse. What if I was headed right back to where I started?
今のところ変化なし。
I decided to forget about the taiyaki for the time being and try to consider other possibilities. If there was nothing wrong with me, then what if the answer was something's wrong with the world? How did things get this way?
手の込んだドッキリ？
I remember the foreign TV show I'd seen online. In it, they targeted people turning into a back alley, broadcasting their surprise to a laughing audience as the person's path was blocked by a fake wall. When the confused target would try to head back the way they came, a woman's scream would ring through the deserted alley. As they looked around frantically, trying to figure out what was happening, a black-robed figure would appear from behind a corner and approach the target, brandishing a red-stained sickle. That's sick, man. The audience would laugh and exclaim at their reaction, and the scene ended by showing its target's response to seeing the camera after the trick was revealed. Honestly, it would cause so many problems if they tried to do the same thing in Japan. Sama. But what if they tried filming a gentler kind of surprise?
やばい。私ずっと撮られてたりする？
It was a little late at this point, but now all I was worried about was my messy hair and clothes. I tried to look around casually to see if I could spot a camera somewhere. On the corner, I saw what looked like a camera under a dim light. So it had been a prank all along. Wait, this was just a security camera.
ないない。本当に大掛かりなセットだったとしても。
And how could they have changed the color of the sky? So, what else was there? What about some combinations of options 1 and 2? They could have drugged my food and then built some sort of fake shopping district while I was unconscious. The sky appearing pink and my inability to talk to anyone could be a result of the drug. Wow, kamu. Alright, now I was starting to get somewhere. You know what? Stop dulu. Aku kadang merasa bahwa visual novel itu awalnya kayak panjang banget dan kita nggak sampai get to the point. Kayak aku tahu Amrilato itu tentang VN, Yuri, dan belajar Esperanto. Kenapa kita perlu sekian panjang? Udah berapa lama? Udah 10 menit ada setup untuk build up untuk itunya. Itu yang aku kesel dengan VN, makanya aku kurang suka dengan game-game VN karena kayak kebanyakan ngomong yang bertele-tele, tidak to the point, tinggal ringkas saja. Kalau kayak begini terus suaraku lama-lama habis loh, baru intro doang. If that was the case, then I should just wait here quietly for a while. Eventually, the drug would wear off and the TV crew would come out with their cameras.
buatan.
Yes, just like that. Some scruffy middle-aged guy would come up to me like, I'm not sure how to tell you this, but... Wait, not like that at all.
buatan.
What was that sweet-sounding voice? I jerked my head up, unable to trust my own ears. Standing in front of me was a lone girl.
おっさんじゃなくてアイドルが来ちゃったよ。
Was this a trick? What kind of prank was this?
Jumipo was healthy, Alfie.
If this was part of the prank, I had no complaints. I tried to confirm my suspicions first.
カメラはどこ？どこ？シーポ？シパーノ？カメラってキャメラだっけ
I tried my hardest to use the native pronunciation, but she didn't seem to understand. It was probably because she couldn't understand English, right?
Mi estas Luca.
Yeah, she was definitely not speaking English.
Kio estas via nomo?
Estas. And what was estas?
Kie vi loĝas?
I got the sense he was asking me something, but I had no idea what. All I could do was shake my head from side to side.
Ĉu vi perdis la vojon?
I felt so guilty over how concerned she seemed for me.
せめて片言でもいいから通じればいいのに。
In that case, I would make an effort to find the subject in what she was saying. Wait, maybe the reason she looked so concerned was because I wasn't answering. Alright, I would listen closely to the next thing she said and casually respond with a question of my own. I pricked up my ears and waited for her next words.
Ĉu vi parolas la lingvon Juliamo?
Ĉu vi parolas la lingvon Juliamo? Juliamo itu adalah nama untuk bahasa Esperanto in universe dalam Amrilato. Jadi ketika dia bilang Juliamo itu maksudnya Esperanto, bahasa aslinya adalah Esperanto, konleng yang paling populer di dunia istilahnya. Tapi in universe mereka menyebutnya dengan nama Juliamo. Kayaknya nggak ada negara yang menggunakan bahasa nasional Esperanto deh. Tapi di sini ceritanya bahasa nasional mereka Esperanto, Juliamo. I felt like I'd hit on something. Was it someone's name?
Yes, Juliamo.
So it was. But I still had no idea who that person was. Wait, now I was just making up the conversation in my head. Just as I was scolding myself.
Ĉu vi ne estas korespondanto?
Ĉu vi ne estas... From her intonation, she seemed to be asking something again. How long would this conversation go on before I could make her understand? I don't understand you.
待てよ。キーよ。
Even if I hadn't gotten through, there was something she said that got through to me.
あなた、今さっきイエスって言わなかった？ Yes?
Yeah, she said it again. She said it kind of questioningly this time, but I definitely heard the word yes.
英語、通じるっぽい。
I'd finally met someone I could communicate with, if only that were true. I still had to deal with the unfortunate handicap of my subpar English skills.
です。Hello, my name is Lee.
Belajar bahasa Inggris, teman-teman. Astaga, bahasa Inggris itu bahasa internasional, bahasa uang. Itu penting untuk dipelajarin. Subpar English, kayak dude, orang Jepang itu orang yang secara teknologi sangat modern, secara etos kerja sangat disiplin. Kenapa bahasa Inggris nggak lancar? I thought I'd try to start by introducing myself. She just froze up. Was my pronunciation that bad?
英語ならなんとかなりそうなのに。エイコ？そう、日本語が通じない以上、それだけが頼みの綱なのに。日本語？日本語。あれ？まさか日本語わかるの？日本語わかる？わかりません。
What she said?
あなた、日本語話せますか？日本語、ちょっとわかります。
Awesome, with established communication. 私は
よかった。私ね、どこでどう迷ったか変なところに来ちゃってさ。でね、誰に話しかけても言葉が通じなくてめっちゃ困ってて。
Ya, kalau kamu ngomong
Pardonen, said tranquilizio. ごめん。
said she understood a little. Of course she wouldn't be able to understand me suddenly unleashing a torrent of Japanese on her like that. Ya dah.
ごめんなさい。全然。あなたは謝らないで。
I had a wry grimace on my face, but my companion was smiling sweetly. This girl was so nice. It was still up in the air whether I could convey my situation, and I felt really bad about imposing on her, but I had to have faith that this girl would be able to help me.
ねえねえ、よかったら交番まで案内してくれない？
If this were my hometown, I would just head for the building on the next intersection over without even bothering to ask.
いやいや、ここは地元だよ。そうじゃないって言うなら。
A silly thought popped into my head, but it was impossible, so I pushed it aside.
案内？住民間ドークフィン？伝わったのかな？とりあえず、Yes!
From the feel of it, I hoped that she had gotten the gist of what I was saying. I summoned up my courage and stuck out my hand for a handshake. That at least had to be a universal gesture.
よろしくお願いします。
Yes!
こちらこそよろしく。私、リンね。
It didn't seem like I had done a very good job of introducing myself the first time, so I gave it another shot.
リリシクのリンで、
I made sure to place my hand on my chest like last time for emphasis. Would she get it this time? My heart raced as I waited for her response, and after she gave it some thought,
ルカ？
she told me, copying my gesture.
ルカ？それがあなたの名前ね。Yes.
The way she nodded bashfully and spoke with that quiet voice was so cute. Once things had settled down, I wondered if I could get a picture of her.
よし。じゃあ、案内をお願いします。
Now that my energy was back, I followed behind this girl who had my fate in her hands, Ruka. She led me past the front of the station.
西部だけど大丈夫？
Wait, let's see. Oh enggak tuh tetap tulisannya fontnya tetap seperti itu, bahasa Yuliamo Esperanto. Wow. Apa namanya, Yuri bait-nya kelihatan banget. Emang sedikit overt sih. Tadi di opening aja kita bisa langsung lihat kan Yuri pairing-nya. Tapi walaupun begitu, game ini bukan game hentai. Jadi tenang aja, aman untuk di-stream. Then we entered the residential area. I didn't usually go to this part of town, so it was hard to tell at a glance what was different and what was the same. My eyes just kept getting drawn to the foreign writing on the utility poles and house nameplates, my inability to read them only reminding me how stressed out I was.
ここです。え？あれれ？
I stepped onto a property of a fancy-looking 3-story apartment building and beckoned me to join her. I couldn't find anything resembling a police box nearby. Plus, we were quite a way from the station.
Bonvaloo and Veni. ちょっと
I didn't want to get left behind, so I followed after her. And then I found myself waiting on a living room sofa for some reason. I wasn't sure how long it had been since Ruka went to a room in the back with her phone in one hand. Based on her gesture, I got a feeling it meant something like sit there, so I obliged, but I was still uneasy being left alone. From Ruka's behavior, I figured this had to be her home. But even so, why did she bring me here?
近所だからちょっと立ち寄ったとか？
Maybe she needed to take care of something before she took me to the police box. Well, at least it gave me a chance to use her bathroom. I felt myself calm down as I sipped the drinks he had left me. Come to think of it, I hadn't had anything to drink since lunch. Now I might be able to think a little more clearly. First, I should try to get my bearings, somewhat. Where was I right now? Putting aside the obvious dumb answer of Ruka's house, what was this place, actually?
ちらっと見た駅前も微妙に違ったからな。
Putting aside the obvious dumb answers as, it was like my hometown but not. It was similar but different. The atmosphere was different, even putting the color of the sky aside. The icky feeling clinging to my skin made me unbearably uncomfortable. But at least now I had calmed down a little. That was thanks to Ruka. I would have to be sure to thank her once she came back.
にしても何してるのかな。
She'd been gone for at least 10 minutes, hadn't she? Not knowing how much longer I'd have to wait, I took out my phone to kill time. I absently tapped an icon to open an app, only to be met with disappointment several seconds later.
ここダメなんだ。
I tried holding my phone in every position I could think of, but failed to get even one bar.
こんなことなら朝やっとけばよかった。
Once I went somewhere with reception, I'd have to remember to go online. It was quickly becoming a habit ever since I started hanging out with Yuzu, but I wasn't ready to break my daily login streak yet.
もっと重要なことがあった。
Lebih penting dari gacha. If I had my phone with me this whole time, why the heck didn't I ever try to call someone? That would have been the obvious first step. I'd hurry up and call home. No, Mom was supposed to be working her part-time job today, so her cell phone would be the best bet.
だからこっちが電波通じてないんだってば。
Yeah, itu dia. How big of an idiot was I? This big.
疲れた。
Same. I knew it was bad manners, but I threw myself across the sofa with a plop. It had taken me this long to realize the obvious course of action. But now it wasn't an option anymore. There was no telling how much additional stress this would cause me. I shut my eyes to try to calm myself down. I could feel right now was the softness of the sofa. This was nice. It might have actually been nicer than my own bed. Still half asleep, I brought my phone up to my face to check the time.
6時か。
I rolled over, burying my face in the back of the sofa when I suddenly remembered the situation I was in. Oh ya, mana Ruka?
そうだ。私。
Malah ditinggal sendiri dia. I was waiting in Ruka's living room for her to come back and I fell asleep.
いや、待って待って。
At one point, I remembered looking for a switch to turn on the lights so I could go to the bathroom.
二度寝？
And then I slept for a really long time. But when I looked at the clock a second ago,
6時？
I checked the time on my phone again and finally realized my situation. It had been just after 3 p.m. 15 o'clock when I plopped into the sofa. Now it was 6 in the morning.
嘘。私、無断開白？
My mom must have been worried sick, and I didn't have any reception here. There was sure to be hell to pay once I got home. I figured I should probably go ahead and start practicing my groveling. That's when I noticed a number of things laid out on the end table.
これって。
There was a sandwich wrapped in cellophane. A complete set of clothes, neatly folded and stacked. A brand new toothbrush, soap, a hand towel, and a bath towel. Next to them was a note, written in awkward handwriting that said, help yourself. She must have said all those things out for me while I was sleeping like a log. No, I had noticed before now, but there was also a warm blanket over me. I wanted to thank her right away, but when I looked around the living room, I didn't see her anywhere. She was probably sleeping in her own room.
じゃあ、ありがたく使わせてもらうね。
I'd save the sandwich for later, but first I'd freshen up. No, first a bath. A shower would be fine too, as long as I could clean myself. I snatched up the bath set and headed for the bathroom.
お風呂広い。お湯まで準備済み？
Was it set on a timer so that I could use it first thing in the morning? Why did it feel like she was seeing to my every need? I felt really presumptuous, but all this felt like an invitation to make myself at home, like an honored guest at some sort of fancy inn. I couldn't come up with any other explanation.
よし、まずは体を洗うぞ。
I started at the containers lined up against the wall as I rinsed myself off on the bed stool. I couldn't read what was written on any of them, but based on the designs, the one on the right was probably body soap. Is this appropriate? I don't know. I was in heaven. Being able to bathe with my legs stretched out instead of bunched up against the side of the tub was the height of luxury. And then there was this curiously foamy soap. This was the sort of thing I'd only seen in foreign movies. Obviously, I wasn't evil enough to actually do something like that in another person's home. Considering my position as an unusual house guest, it was best to exercise restraint.
これからどうしようか。
I thought about my next steps as I shampooed my hair. The positive side of it being a new day was that I could get an early start on things. I'd asked Ruka to take me to the police box again, and there I could confirm where I was. Assuming I could explain my situation, I should be able to make it back home before dark.
よしよし、うちがそれほど遠くなかったら、今度は私がルカを招待して。
I owed her a serious debt of gratitude for all her help. And besides, if she accepted then... I heard a sleepy voice drift through the door as it creaked open.
あ、ルカ?
I was in the middle of washing my hair, so I called out to her without moving from my position.
ごめんね、勝手に使わせてもらっちゃって。もしかしてルカもお風呂?
What kind of adorable yawn was that?
だったらすぐに済ませて出るからちょっと待っててね。
I wasn't sure if she could understand me or not, but I figured she should get the gist of it. That's what I assumed, so I was about to rinse the shampoo out of my hair when...
ルカ? ちょっと
The door shut, but I sensed Ruka was still there. In fact, I was just thinking she seemed even closer than before when I heard the sound of someone getting in the water.
まさか寝ぼけて
Did she just get in the water with her clothes on?
さすがにそれはないね。よかったよかったって。¿Quién vi faltas?
All I could do was sit slack-jawed as she looked at me with a mysterious expression on her face. Ruka was naked! I mean, she was taking a bath, so of course she was. We were both girls, so it wasn't a big deal, but I still felt kind of uncomfortable like this. Yeah, jadi memang skinship culture di... Oops. Skinship culture di Jepang.
あんまり見ないでもらえると嬉しいかなって。
My body was nothing to brag about, and frankly, my shoulders were more managed than anything. It was embarrassing. My frustration grew as she kept staring at me, that smile on her face.
いやだからねもういいよ
I gave up and went back to washing my hair. I was still concerned about her though, so I said,
ありがとうねありがとうねえいろいろ気を使わせてごめんねいい色キヨごめんねパルドーヌ
with a mess up of different languages she had just thrown at me, I wasn't really sure how to respond. I thought about it and finally said, Pardono.
パルドーヌ
I remember hearing that word a number of times before. I didn't really like answering a question with another question, but it just slipped out on its own.
パルドーヌそうああイエスパルドーヌ
I had to be mindful about communicating with her.
Kiel vi petas mian pardonen?
Not Pardono, but Pardono? Which was it? I figured I'd just go ahead and ask, assuming either one was fine.
日本語でパルド何わかる
I adjusted my question with thought, making my words sound clunky. Would she be able to understand my rambling?
日本語わかる
Wakarimasa.
イエス日本語訳パルドーヌの意味って意味ティ
Oh, ini,
イエス
bentar.
日本語訳パルドーヌの意味って
Kadang-kadang kan dalam translation itu aku sangat mengapresiasi usahanya Manga Gamer untuk mentranslate game seperti ini dalam bahasa Jepang, ditranslate ke bahasa Inggris dan tetap memegang utuh konsep bahasa Yuliamo tersebut. Apalagi kalau misalnya kayak dia ngomong imite itu kemudian di maksudnya apa? Karena dalam bahasa Inggris itu kan kata tersebut pelafalannya sangat berbeda total. Artinya maknanya akan bergeser kalau ditranslate biasa aja. Jadi kalau kayak ada translation note begini tuh menurutku lebih masuk akal dan lebih elegan jauh daripada terlalu radikal mengubah, melocalize translationnya tersebut.
Imite?
Nah, kayak begini sekarang.
Imiti?
Look at her head as she brought both hands up to her scalp and made a gesture like she was washing her hair. Was she imitating me?
もしかしてパルドーンこと
Nope, I could tell from her response I had it wrong.
パルドーヌの意味知りたいだけなのに意味パルドーヌ意味
Aku nggak ngerti kenapa setiap kali aku stream selalu ada putus di tengah-tengahnya kemudian mulai lagi. Nggak ngerti sama sekali. Anyway.
Yes! ごめんです。日本語ごめんなさいがパルドーヌです。またはパルドーヌです。
Finally, I could kiss her. Don't.
じゃあ、ありがとうは日本語ありがとうはありがとうダンコンです
Dankon dan Pardono. Now we were getting somewhere. In that case,
なんかそのダンコンねえダンキンでその ね、単金でってといたしましてです。
Awesome. It felt really good to finally be able to carry on a conversation. I suddenly felt much closer to this girl.
あ、実際すごく近いわ。
It was only my second day of knowing her, and we were already bonding in the nude.
ベラトルソ、なんかさっきよりも視線が。
All I could do was cast glances as I washed my hair. Meanwhile, she was staring at me non-stop from where she was sitting. Didn't this situation seem a little unfair?
他にも聞いてもいい？日本語のいいえは？
I focused on her response as I lathered up the shampoo.
日本語いいえねです。
And that meant yes and no were yes and ne.
じゃあ自分のことは？自分のことは？ああ、日本語のわたしは？自分、私、みです。
Me.
みか。
Me. It reminded me of the me from I, my, me.
あなた、we です。へえ、ゆとかじゃないんだ。
She turned the faucet and warm water came out. Was this what she did instead of showering?
ゆバルマアクフォです。え？何それ？
Forma aquo, warm water. Kedengaran mirip kan sedikit-sedikit. Jadi sebetulnya nggak terlalu susah untuk belajar Yuliamo Esperanto. Mi, vi,
熱いバルメーガ、水、アクフォ。微妙に違う？温かいバルマ、熱いバルメーガ。
forma, formega.
温かいと熱い、同じお湯でも差があって当然だよね。
I thought about it as I rinsed the shampoo out of my hair. If sticking hot formega and water aquo together made hot water or warmer than warm water, then
じゃあ
I suddenly felt something grip my sides just beneath my armpits and let out a squeal.
ちょっとルカ？
What? My hair was covering my eyes and I couldn't see anything. But I could sense from her body heat that she was getting closer. Suddenly grabbing me from behind like that and what was that pressed against my back?
アルミ来る。
Alumi? What did aluminium have to do with anything? Her body, it was so hot. Is this appropriate? I heard that aluminium was a great conductor of heat, but
お
you
世話させて。
take care of me in the bath.
平気、自分でできるから。私、立たせてあげます。
Huh? Raise what? Me? I wasn't some newborn baby deer.
大丈夫。ほら、もう立ってる。ちゃんとほら、もう立ってるから。足上げて。
Hold on, things were moving way too fast. I couldn't keep up. Hey, kalau sampai aku di warn di YouTube ya nanti, aku berarti episode berikutnya udah nggak bisa harus ganti game aku. Aku harus cari bentar. Aku cari deh bentar. Amrilato di expression Amrilato. Ada nggak sih? Aku harap nggak ada. All age. All age. All age bener kah? Wow, wow, wow. Huh. Well, ada nudity dan sexual content, tapi ya cuma ecchi doang, nggak ada hentainya, jadi semoga bagus. Oke, fair. Oke, fine. Kalau gitu aku nggak, aku juga mau berhenti bacain ini deh.
Senjene, elapa nuyan.
Baca sendiri.
Yami devas ekiri ala larneyo. Gakko desu. Gakko? 学校のことかな。Yen estas cromasro suiro por vi。全然わかんないけど、何これ。玄関の鍵。オムレート、朝、レゴマサンドイッチョ、昼。これはオムレツだね。こっちはねえねえ。Minun devas akiri, Gisla。さっきまでここにあったのって、もういない。
She'd been rushing me around ever since we got out of the bed, and now she'd left me in charge of the house without giving me so much as a chance to ask any questions. Kalau aku nggak baca, sorry loh. Aku cuma baca sesekali aja. For all that to happen while I had been all soppy in the bed. Talk about a surprise.
泡まみれのまま湯船でとか。びっくりだよ。
Ya, aku barusan. Well, just a little. Come on.
Tu conforta estas la varmezo? それ、日本語だと？湯加減、どうですか？まさか、それを言ってみたくて無理やり湯船に入れたの？気持ちいいですか？
In retrospect, I wasn't convinced. He just wanted to get my opinion.
うまく説明できないから実力行使に出たのかもな。
I wasn't a little kid. You like that? Come on.
それにあの後も。お背中流しますか？湯船の中で？いいよ。もうね、トルノビアントルソンアルミ。ちょっと違う。今のいいよは遠慮の意味なの。だからノーじゃなくてねえ。もみますか？何がどうですか？いや、私肩とか凝ってないから。
It was one shock after another. It seemed like something that should be reserved for the head of the family, exhausted after a long day of work.
お父さん？
Yeah, itu dia. Where was Ruka's family? I just realized she hadn't introduced me to them yet.
せめてルカがいるうちに済ませたかったな。
I didn't know where they might be, so I tried to find them by knocking on every door I saw. Her house was just a 2-bedroom apartment, so I quickly realized that there was currently no one there, other than myself, of course.
だから私に鍵を渡したのか。
Yep, I really was in charge of the house for her. But if another member of her family got back before she did. If that happened, there was no way I would be able to explain myself.
ご家族も日本語がわかるのかな。
Semoga. I decided to think about it over the omelette Ruka left for me.
メだ。そろそろ限界。
Okay, the more time that passed, the more the pressure from me being alone in a stranger's home started to mount.
何時まで待てばいいんだろう。
Afternoon had rolled around and it was just a few minutes before the 1 p.m. I had started to get hungry, so I figured I could start on the sandwich.
やっぱり作り直してくれたんだよね。
The egg sandwich I saw when I woke up had been replaced with a sandwich containing lettuce and some other vegetables I couldn't identify. I think she saw that legome sandwich.
でも
But
これを食べちゃうと。
then I wouldn't have anything to do afterward. I would be stuck just lying on the sofa.
寝る。絶対に誰かに起こされるまで寝ちゃう自信があるぞ。
I looked down at the plastic wrapped sandwich in my head and thought, what if I was interpreting this all wrong? What if Ruka had left the key to me for me not to say, what's the house, but to say, it's fine if you go out as long as you lock up behind you? If that was the case, I could go out for a walk and even look for the police box by the train station while I was at it. Iya, tapi
よし、行こう。
hilang gak kamu? Kamu kesini kan? Astaga. Well, okay. Bye. Made sure to lock up behind me and left the apartment. Then I looked at the sky and my legs froze.
なんでもう夕方なの？
It was still the same shade of pink as yesterday. I started to doubt whether it was even really afternoon. Starting to feel dizzy, I stared at myself against the wall as I looked toward the street.
あまり深く追求しちゃダメなんだ。
I still wasn't back to normal. I decided to just leave it at that and forge ahead. My first order of business was to get to the station. Digging through my memory, I followed the street, turned a corner, and cautiously continued on. I took a wrong turn once or twice. But in the end, I made it back to the station somehow.
似ていなるってのが厄介だ。
Like this train station. From a distance, it looked just like my hometown Shin Sugitama station. But the closer I got, the more I could tell it was different.
駅名が読めそうで読めない。
There were strange symbols mixed in and here and there. It was hopeless. Was there some method to the madness? After I finished my sandwich, I stared at the display the bottles molded into the face of the vending machine.
見たことないのばっかりだ。
I could guess at what they were from the colors and designs though.
きっと海外旅行とかしたらこんな感じなんだろうな。
Would my guess be a hit or a miss? Drawn to something that looked just some kind of soda, I took a gamble and decided to buy it. For some reason, my 500 yen coin wouldn't fit into the slot.
じゃあ100円玉で。戻ってくるぞ。
Apa itu? Currency
こ
symbol.
りゃまた嫌われたもんだなと。
The way things were going, I was willing to bet I couldn't use yen at the stores around here either.
マジで？
At least this time my guess had been spot on. I scanned the entire shopping district up and down, but the only currency symbol I could find was the same J from the vending machine. I summoned up my courage and went up to a shop that looked like it sold onigiri, plopping down my 500 yen coin to see how they would respond. All I got was a tilted head.
これ使えたり？
To make matters worse, the shopkeeper suddenly leaned over and said,
Ĉu vi eble estas vizitanto?
her serious expression and rapid speech intimidated me.
Vi havas monon, ĉu ne?
We have a monon. Kamu punya uang. You have money. Using the words for apology that Ruka had taught me, I bowed my head and got out of there quickly. You have money, correct? Dia ngomong gitu kurang lebih.
やだ
Mungkin.
やだやだ
Now I just wanted to go back. Aku cuma bikin educated guess tentang apa arti dari masing-masing kata itu berdasarkan bagaimana kedengarannya dalam bahasa-bahasa lain. Sebagai acuan adalah bahasa Inggris tadi. Karena me dan V kita tahu adalah aku dan kamu. Kemudian money, money, have. Jadi kelihatannya seolah-olah tadi dia ngomong you have money. Walaupun aku nggak tahu itu apakah artinya benar atau enggak. Back where? That should be obvious. I had to stop thinking like this was someone else's problem to deal with and get a move on. I kept walking forward, ignoring all the little differences.
ほとんど変わりないじゃん もう少しだからさここはどこ？はい、ここは森林公園です。
But now I was done and just warming the bench with my butt.
本当に？私がベンチを温めているんじゃなくて、ベンチが私を温めてくれているとか？
So then, could I really afford to remove myself from the bench? What the heck? Was I one of those park bench philosophers now? Philosophizers? If I kept this up, would I eventually reach enlightenment? Probably not.
なわけないって。
Of all the countless sighs in my life, I knew today was going to be the day where I heaved the biggest one yet.
なんだかな。
I looked up at the sky, following the flow of the clouds with my eyes. If my memory was to be believed, there should have been a big apartment building just across the way. Right now, there was absolutely no trace of any such building. Maybe it had been torn down at some point without my knowledge. Oh, that can't be it.
ここって私の知ってる世界じゃないよ。
I was embarrassed to be crying at my own words.
バカ認めんなよ。バカ。
To be honest, I'd been suspicious from the beginning, ever since I first saw that pink sky. It seemed more plausible than my previous theories that I had been hallucinating or involved in some elaborate prank. But common sense taught me that couldn't be true. If it was impossible, I thought. There's no way that could be it. But, the moment I found that my home wasn't where it belonged, I realized the truth, and my heart broke. This world was similar, but not the same.
どうすりゃいいの？私。
Wind blew, rustling the leaves of the trees in the woods. If I went to sleep like this, would I wake up back home? Was that a possibility? I was a little shocked to realize I drifted off on the bench. No matter how positively I tried to look at things, I couldn't bring myself to brag about sleeping so soundly, even outside.
結構寝たような気がするけど。
How much time had passed? I pulled my phone out of my pocket.
いやいや、バッテリー切れ。
I tried pressing the button and touching the screen, but it didn't respond at all. Come to think of it, the battery had never lasted 2 days before.
これじゃ時間が。
I was just about to put my phone away when I heard a strange crinkling sound. Wondering what it was, I shoved my hand into my pocket and pulled out a wrinkled walled up plastic wrap.
あ、これサンドイッチの。
I looked around and found a trash can not too far away. I stood up and was about to toss the ball into the trash, but then I thought better of it and put it back in my pocket. Why?
よし、電池ウォーマー生活終了。
There was no sense in sitting back down and getting all depressed again. It wasn't in my nature to just keep on skulking. So what should I do now? I left the park and headed toward the main road. The home I needed to get back to wasn't here, but there was a place I needed to get back to, a person I needed to see.
ルカにお礼言わなきゃ。
Yeah, itu. That sandwich was really good. And the omelette from this morning was the best. Did I also have dinner to look forward to?
ってそれはずうずうしいだろう。
Nah, iya sangat. I reprimanded myself as I ran. I ran and ran and ran, the desire to see Ruka's smiling face at the forefront of my mind. I finally made it back to the apartment where she lived and was about to ring the bell just to be safe when... Out of nowhere, the exact person I was looking for tackled me in the hall.
ちょっとルカ、今帰ってきたの？
I tried to keep myself from falling down, startled by her sudden presence.
キエビエステス。
She sounded pretty emotional. 'Kamu kemana?' I still couldn't understand a word she said, but she seemed pretty shaken.
デキアンチョデラマテーノ。
I figured I must have done something wrong.
まさか鍵かかってなかった？で泥棒に入られたとか？
No, that wasn't possible. Ever since I was little, I had the rule to always check 3 times drilled into me, and I was sure I remembered looking at this time. So then, what was it?
イエキオマホロフィエリーリス。
That was dishes from breakfast and picked up around the sofa before I left. Most people considered me a first-class slob, but I at least had basic manners.
で待ってなんで
I saw the tears in Ruka's eyes and started to panic.
ミレベニスヘイメンイエラデクセーサセルヴィネエスティス。ティアミアテニスヴィンエンラチャンブロ。
I knew it was misleading, but it was all I could do to respond.
セドヴィネレベニス。
I really hated myself for this.
泣かないでお願いだから泣かないで。
The first thing I had to do was get her to calm down. But what should I do? Should I stroke her head?
ルカ聞いて、多分私が何かしちゃったんだよね。だから怒ってるんだよね。
Bukan.
リン
Ruka looked up at me. Tears fell when she blinked, slowly rolling down her cheeks. Seeing that was enough to calm me down.
ねえルカパルトー
It didn't matter if I looked bad. It didn't matter if it took a while. I would work hard to try to understand.
ヌ日本語でお願い。
I had to let her know I would.
ホロ時間何時？
The The time? What time?
あ、ごめん。携帯が電池切れで時間が。何時出かけた？
Oops, she wasn't done yet. She wasn't asking for the time right now.
確か1時ぐらい？1時？
Ruka held up a single adorable index finger.
お昼の1時ってわかる？昼、タグメーゾで1時、イエローヌーアです。
Yellow Noah. Yeah,
タグ
knew
メ
what?
ーゾ
What?
がお昼で、1時がイエラーナー。ねえ、ウヌーア。イエラーウヌーア。
Uno?
ね、
Unua? Why did I sound like I was shouting a war cry?
じゃなくて、ウヌーア。
Unua.
ウヌーア。ちなみに、には？に、私たちです。え？にか？
Because there were two of us? No, wait, why wasn't I? What was I asking for?
Pardon. Ni signifies two.
Dua. It looked like Ruka had been misunderstood. In her language, the word ni probably meant us, so she must have thought that's what I was asking.
1、1、2、two、
Du.
3、three、
Tri.
4、kvar、
Kuvar.
5、kvin。
Uvin.
待って、そんないっぺんには無理。
Sama, aku juga kurang fokus. I was happy she was counting them up. Fokus. I shook my head no to keep her from going any further. Dan lagian kamu mau ngomong apa?
何を話していたっけ？確か、いつ出かけたって聞かれて、ルカ、その出かけたは？出かけた、エリーリス。
Eliris.
そうすると、
To answer her with, I left at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Wait. Went out
そう
Eliris.
すると、
Oh ini cuma beda ininya doang, apa urutannya doang. Takmezo ialah Honora, Eliris, or ya benar, cuma beda urutannya doang, tapi grammarnya yang mana yang bagus. I left at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Semuanya bisa. Grammar bahasa Indonesia semuanya bisa. Oh, nggak kepotong, bagus. Takmezo yela unua eliris. Ini kan artinya afternoon at 1 o'clock. I left. I go out. Afternoon 1 o'clock, go out. Eliris takmezo yela unua. Ini go out. Afternoon 1 o'clock. Yela unua takmezo eliris. 1 o'clock. Afternoon go out. Tiga-tiganya artinya sama persis. Tapi urutannya yang mana? Go out 1 o'clock. Afternoon 1 o'clock. Eliris takmezo yela unua. Bener? Nggak tahu.
Eliris takmezo yela unua.
Should I phrase it like in English? I went out at 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Necre debra memor capabro.
Her expression didn't give me any clue as to her thoughts.
通じたのかな？バネーゲ、リン、すごい。 合ってた？今ので合ってるの？
Yeah.
Yes. Vitre bone comprenas.
I could guess from her tone that she was giving a genuine praise and that she was super happy. Dan kenapa penting dia the random combination of a short-term memory that only function right before a test and a do what you can and who cares if you fail attitude had brought me to victory. If things kept up like this, I might be enjoying fluid conversations with Ruka in no time. Maybe I had a hidden talent for languages buried deep within me all along.
でもダメです。
Okay. And here I thought for sure I'd gotten it right.
何がダメって、あれ？ルカ？
She looked down wordlessly and squeezed me tight. Alright, it was still too early to celebrate. I still didn't know the reason Ruka was crying.
Mi timis. Tu okazis ia accidento alvi.
Once again, she rattled up off a bunch of intimidating, difficult-sounding words. But a certain word stuck in my ears and wouldn't leave.
アクシデントってアクシデントのことかな？
Itu dia.
心配した。
About what? No, I knew without even having to ask. She came home to find a person who should have been there missing. Someone who, to put it bluntly, she didn't really know. For all she knew, I might have stolen a bunch of stuff and run off.
いやいや、そんな真似絶対しないから。
Besides, that wasn't what she was worried about. She was worried about me, about my well-being. And the person in question, yours truly, had been at the park, napping like an easy target. I was so ashamed of myself it made me want to cry. I would save that for later though.
ねえ、こっち見てくれる？
First things first. She looked up at me and I said clearly.
本当にパルドーナ。
Yeah. And then one more thing.
ダンコン。
I probably didn't pronounce it very well, but I made sure she understand. Aku udah sampai sini agak sedikit lebih maju sedikit yang aku ingat. Tapi yang jelas aku tahu kenapa Rin nangis tadi. Ruka. There was nothing, nothing, and more nothing. Nothing but nothing and nothing I could do about it. I didn't even know how much nothing there was. Oh sorry, kepalaku sakit.
だから。 ちゃって。リン、起きて。起きるよ。でもね、もう少しだけ待って。
Ya, panjang bertele-tele dan gak penting. Kadang-kadang itulah yang bikin aku kesel dengan game-game VN.
起きて。朝です。起きて。バーネンムテーナン。待って。もう。
She definitely wasn't my mom. She was too young.
ルカぬ、キエルビファルタス。そっか、まだこっちなんだ。なんだ？なんでもない。ごめんね。Maten manjo estas preta. 朝ごはんです。先に顔を洗ってくるね。どうすればいいんだろう。ビジタント。リン、別の世界から来た。
Visitanto. She spoke as she traced a finger of the notebook in her hand, the embodiment of seriousness. I hadn't wanted to cut her off, but at the time I had interjected without thinking.
どうして私がそのビジタントだと？ビジタント。ことの葉、違います。ことの葉？それ、言葉っていう意味だよね。Yes。ことの葉、言葉です。
Kotonoha Amrilato. The expression Amrilato, ladies and gentlemen. Ruka stood up and came over me to open the curtains.
ビジタント、みんな言います。空、色、おかしい。
Looking out the window, I saw the same pink sky. I nodded repeatedly and started to say, yes, exactly, but she beat me to the punch.
空、ママ、朝、昼、夜、ママです。
The display on the digital clock she showed me earlier had said 22:45 p.m. That was the reason Ruka had been so worried by my late return. It was obvious once I realized it, because of my ignorant mistake.
そんなん想像もつかんわ。リン？ごめん。気にしないで。パルドーヌ。
I shook my head, flicking water everywhere like an idiot, but Ruka just kindly handed me a towel. What was I doing in this amazing girl's house? I silently scolded myself as I followed her back to the living room and sat down for breakfast. Now that I thought about it, I felt like she had mentioned something about Visitanto registration yesterday, but I hadn't really gotten all the details.
今はこっちが優先。
In front of me was breakfast. Breakfast!
Guten Appetit!
There was toast, fried eggs, a salad, and onion soup. A very fancy spread for two.
いただきまーす。
As the two of us sat facing each other about to dig in, I couldn't help but feel anxious somehow.
私のテーブルマナー大丈夫かな？
Was it bad to use my left hand, for instance? Was it improper to not start with the soup? Was it customary to eat the entire yolk of the egg without breaking it? I was worried there might be all these rules I didn't know about. A quick glance around revealed that things didn't seem to be that different though, so I went back to eating normally. Besides, if I was too reserved, I wouldn't enjoy the meal at all.
味どうですか？
美味しい。
ジュベーレ本当？ああ、イエスイエスとっても
I made a show of nodding my head emphatically to properly convey my opinion, causing Ruka to turn away with a hint of embarrassment.
ダメだ。この子何やっても可愛いわ。
In contrast, I was so ridiculously crude that I just knew nobody would think that way about me. Despite my emotional roller coaster of a morning, we finished breakfast. After insisting Ruka let me clear the table and do the dishes, I took a short break. I figured it was probably about time for Ruka to leave for school, and I was looking for the right moment to offer to watch the house when...
今日学校休みです。
Good, Ruka said, beating me to it.
そうなんだ。で、それは？
In her hands were a single sheet of paper and a notebook.
リン、ユリアーモ知りたい？
Ceritai des. Yuliamo. I remember hearing that word when I first met Ruka and trying to mimic its pronunciation.
そのユリアーモってなんだっけ？
Bahasanya.
ユリアーモみんなのことの葉
The
です。
expression Amrilato, ladies and gentlemen. When she said that, I looked down at the printout she was handing me. Printed on it were symbols I was pretty sure I had seen before. Oh yeah, they look like the alphabet on the signs at the station and the shopping district. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, dan selanjutnya. Each symbol was in a set with a large and small version. Was it like uppercase and lowercase? Thankfully, each one had its pronunciation above it.
あ、ぼ、そ、ちょ、ど、え、ほ、ご、じょ。
Joe. I tried mentally sounding each one, but it just sounded like some kind of Buddhist prayer or magic spell.
これってこの世界の文字だよね。
Wait. Ada beberapa hal yang mungkin sekilas kelihatan itu agak aneh. Akan ku highlight dulu.
あ、ぼ、そ、ちょ、
So
ど、
dan so
え、
itu beda. C-nya jadi ada dua kayak.
ご、じょ。
Ini J, Jo, Go, Jo. Jadi Cho dan Zo dan Go dan Jo. Sorry, ulang.
あ、ぼ、そ、ちょ、
So,
ど、
So,
え、ほ、ご、じょ。
Go, Jo. So dan So. Jo dan Zo. So dan So. U dan Wo. Tapi yang jelas huruf B itu tulisannya kayak huruf W. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, Q nggak ada, P, R, S, T, U ada 2, V, W nggak ada, X juga nggak ada, dan Y juga nggak ada. Tapi yang double ada 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Warna merah. Yang warna merah itu kayak variasi dari huruf biasa. Dan di sini B itu W itu maksudnya bentuk B, huruf B. Kalau aku ganti ke ini, apa yang berubah?
A, bo,
Itu dia.
so, cho, do, e, ho, go, sho.
Jadi huruf ininya berubah kalau
A, bo,
ya udah nggak apa-apa gini aja.
ちょ、これってこの世界の文字だよね。
Jadi nggak ada W, nggak ada W, nggak ada W itu mungkin default in ke V dan huruf W-nya dipakai di B. H H, I, J, dan kawan-kawannya. Ada ininya, jadi kayak istilahnya apa namanya lah. Itu adalah variasi dari suara dari huruf yang lainnya. Penangkapanku sejauh ini, entah betul atau enggaknya lah. Pokoknya yang kelihatan itu seperti itu. Aku hampir lupa total dengan ini. I asked just to be sure. Ruka was quiet for a moment as she thought about it, and
私やリンの文字です。
then slowly and carefully, all while referencing the letters below. She wrote some letters in the top margin of the printout with extreme care. Rin,
わ
Ruka.
かる？読めますか？
Ini R begini bentuknya. R, I, N. I dan N. Ruka, begitu bentuknya. Jadi R-nya itu kayak segitiga terbalik. Rin dan Ruka.
いや、予備知識ほぼゼロの人間に聞かれても。
Hand out tepat di depanmu, Mbak. I waved my hands in a no motion in front of my face, but then I took another look at the red letters she had written. Both of the words had the letter that looked like a V with a lid on it. They both started with ro. Oops, pelan-pelan aja. They both started with ro. One had a cursive-looking I, followed by a no. The other one went u, ka, ko, a.
ろ、い、のと、ろ、う、こ、あ。
I tried to read them using the pronunciation key, but it didn't make any sense. Ruka beams like some sort of mascot as she looked at the printout alongside me, but then a hint of frown crept across her
読
face.
み、違います。
She corrected me. I tried checking them again, but I was definitely using the right pronunciations from the key.
これ、どう読んでも、ロイのとしか。ねえ、それ、文字の読みです。単語、違います。
Ya, kalau kamu baca huruf ya A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Tapi kamu nggak akan baca huruf G dengan G. Misalnya. Jadi sama, Mbak Rin. Bacanya Rin dan Ruka. What did that mean?
ああ、アルファベットの APP は APP だけど、アポンの時はアポンみたいな。
Ya,
難しいことのはわかりません。
the expression Amrilato, ladies and gentlemen. Aku nggak akan bikin running gag seperti itu terlalu jauh. Aku suka dengan game ini. Aku pengen belajar dan aku pengen suka dengan game ini. Dari kesan pertama yang pernah aku mainin, aku udah pernah sampai ke sini. Aku agak lebih sedikit dari ini. Itu hampir 2 jam. Oh yeah, it wasn't like Ruka was a Japanese expert. For now, I at least understood that just using the pronunciation key wasn't the way to go.
なんか騙された気分よ。
Well, it was what it was. Someday I might become a productive member of the society, but for now I was just a useless girl. So, what should I rely on for pronunciation?
これが普通のアルファベットだったらな。
It is an ordinary alphabet. Just use the first letter. Even the Roman alphabet might still prove a challenge, though. Wait. Looking at it more calmly, this character list wasn't too different from the regular alphabet after all. Yes! Thank you! Oh boy. I went through it in my head. A, B, C. But as soon as I got to B, both tripped me up. This definitely looked like a W, didn't it?
その隣は C だとしても。
Right next to it was the so, which had a little hat thrown in for extra fun. Hat. Okay, that one bothered me, so I skipped ahead for a moment, pretending like it wasn't there. The door that came next was like a mirrored C with a slash through it, but it did kind of resemble a D. This was promising.
E F G.
Oh iyalah, F-nya juga begini tulisannya. Another letter with a hat. Pas. Then I moved on to the second row. H through N all line up very nicely with their Roman counterparts, which made me even more suspicious that this was the alphabet.
いや、もう決定でもいいや。
There was just that row. I tried to think of what letter it looked like. Just before it was O, P, so following that pattern would mean, could it be row was Q? But the pronunciation didn't seem to fit that.
リン答え。ルカ、待って、答え、ノーじゃなくて、答え、
Dia masih ketukar-tukar terus antara no dan ne. Even I wasn't sure what I was saying. I just meant stop. I made it this far and I wanted to get it on my own. Yes, that's the spirit. Same. Me too. So, just a hint, please.
最初のこの文字、ロって何？リン。
Was she losing patience?
待って、確かにヒントをもらうのはずるいと思う。でもさ、最初からわからないとどうにもこうにもうにゃらうらって。
Unya-nyaura. It wasn't just my thoughts. Even my speech was starting to go off the rails. I thought Ruka would probably tilt her head at that, but she didn't.
リン、読む。
Rin. She gently said my name as she pointed to the first word with a smile. Yeah, I really wanted to be able to say it too.
だから、そのためにもこのロの文字をですね。リンです。
What? I was pronounced as in time of death? She treated me off as too dumb to teach. No, it's not. Ya kan, ya di satu sisi lucu tapi di sisi lain to the point sedikit dong. Kadang-kadang bertele-tele begini yang bikin aku kesel dengan VN. Was this game over for me? No, I still had so much to live for. One more chance. Never give up. Why did my brain always go to English phrases at times like this? Or maybe I was just using them as Japanese without consciously considering their English origin.
アバウトだな。
It's pronounced Rin. The Japanese language had naturally adopted a surprising number of foreign words. Although a lot of words I only recognized thanks to their being converted to a phonetic Japanese. Even if I saw them written in their original alphabet, I couldn't match them to the phonetic Japanese I typically used.
私、超がつくほど感覚派だからな。
Oh, really? You're intuitive, huh? I was painfully aware of how poor my English skills were. If only I had been born an American or European, I might have some clue as to what this crazy raw and in after it were, and have a flash of inspiration that would tell me how to say it. It says rain. Oh,
じゃなくて、いいんだとか？
If that were the case, then the other one was Uka, just how it looked.
これ、リンです。まさか、これが？
Yes, it said Rin. If Ro was equivalent to L or R, then the pronunciation could either be Lin or Rin. So then, following this same logic, the other word Ruka was.
こっちは、ルカの名前？ボーネ、正解です。
Yeah, itu. I had gotten to the answer through sheer dumb luck, even after she had practically given it to me. For all the trouble it had given me, it was right in front of me all along.
そうか。私の名前ってこう書くのか。
Yes. Rin, formerly known as Roino.
リン、練習です。
何を？
書く練習。これ、あげます。
Well, biarpun begini tetap aja lucu. She handed me a brand new lined notebook and an adorable pencil box, and just as she instructed, I started writing my name the way she taught me.
なんか、新鮮だな。
Yeah. It was kind of exciting, just like when I'd learned the alphabet for the first time.
リン、リン、リン。
I hummed my name to myself as I wrote it 3 times. I was a little concerned about each letter's stroke order, but this seemed good enough for now. Next, I would try to write her name.
ルカの名前は、ルカ。チェス、ヴィネペゾーナスクリビミアンノーモン。何
I had just put the name under Ruka's name when she surprised me by grabbing my hand. Did the way she was shaking her head from side to side mean you don't have to write it?
わかった。じゃあ、こっちを練習するね。
I tapped my own name a few times, but then Ruka nodded and took her hand away. I suddenly thought of writing her name over and over in the margins where she couldn't see, but I wasn't sure how I felt about that kind of teasing, so I just focused on writing my own name. But then, after about 10 more repetitions, I started getting tired. I slowly raised my head to find that she had gotten up and gone to the refrigerator.
チャンス。
I finished up my little mental break before she got back and went back to practicing with an innocent look on my face.
Kiun vi preferas chupom sukon au orange sukon?
Wait.
Lin, kiun vi preferas chupom sukon au orange sukon?
Vi, kamu, prefer, suka, pilih. Pom sukon atau orang sukon. Orang itu orange. Jadi ini jus, atau chu.
Kiun vi preferas chupom sukon au orange sukon?
Chu, pom sukon. Pom itu entah apa. Jus orange juice atau apalah ini satunya, entah. She was carrying 2 glasses, but when she saw the notebook, she stopped in her tracks.
殺す？嘘！なんで？
She thought I was toxic. No. 殺する itu nggak tahu artinya apa, tapi dalam bahasa Jepang.
殺す？嘘！なんで？
Dalam bahasa Jepang, Rin itu bilang korosu, as in kill, murder. Tapi di sini kan di localize sebagai korosif. Aku merasa bahwa ini kayaknya, aku udah bilang tadi yang lebih cocok itu adalah jangan dibikinin, tapi bilang aja murder terus di atasnya tulis korosu. Tapi kelihatannya kurang all age deh kalau dengan translation macam itu. Jadi nggak pun ya, well, ya begitulah adanya. Ntar aku lagi nyari kertas untuk mulai tulis-menulis. Siapa tahu kita butuh. Well, kertasnya nggak ketemu, tapi aku ketemu whiteboard, salah satu di tumpukan-tumpukan barang-barangku yang pokoknya itu. Dan ini adalah salah satu makeshift whiteboard yang aku punya. Isinya cuma papan di lem kertas kaca jendela. Kalau ada board marker, aku bisa tulis di sini buat belajaran. Tapi kalau nggak ada ya, belum ada ya udahlah besok aja nggak apa-apa. Sama atau kertas paling enggak, udah ini aja. She thought I was toxic. No, all I done was draw a heart between our two names. I was going to be shown over a little mischief.
ルカ
She had turned away from the notebook and placed the glasses on the table. It seems like she was going out of her way to not to look at it. What if I had really upset her?
なんかここで謝ると蒸し返しになりそうだし。
I was left with no choice but to write and rewrite my own name until I filled the page, in the hopes that reaching the next page would fix the situation.
名前覚えた？イエス！あれだけ書けばもう余裕かな。練習終わり。出かけます。どこへ？本番です。
We weren't really communicating, but Ruka was already getting ready to leave.
早く。
Okay.
私も一緒に行くの？
I still had no idea what was going on, but she made me get changed and we went out. I followed close to her silently. Ini dia board markernya aku nemu. So though I started to feel a little uneasy when I realized we weren't heading toward the station. Looking for a distraction, I gazed up at the unchanging sky and let out a sigh.
いつもこんな色なんだ。
Always has been. That's why I had no idea how late it was yesterday when I slept like a log in the park. But then I wondered if the fact that it was always light out might have been why I hadn't gotten mixed up in any crime. Maybe I should be grateful for this unusual environment. That was a dangerous line of thinking. This wasn't the same Japan I knew. It would be all too easy to think I could apply my usual common sense because of all the similarities between here and home. Besides, not everyone was born to be nice, like Ruka.
私は運が良かった。
Yeah, Ruka had really helped me out by being the one to reach out to me. If she had been there, then...
いない！
At the sight of her while I had been looking up, had she made a turn somewhere?
おーい！ルカ！
Was she still close by, or had she already turned a corner? Should I stay here or keep going? I remember the general rule in situations like these: you shouldn't make any reckless movements. Ruka was bound to notice I'd been left behind in no time. But what if she didn't? What if it was her plan to lose me all along? Was this revenge for the notebook? She had tried to help me, but what if I was just a burden?
バカなの私。そんなことする子じゃないって。
I knew that was true, but ridiculous assumptions kept popping into my head, one after another. I didn't want to think about it, but I couldn't stop myself. The more I thought about it, the deeper I sank.
パルドーナ、リン、ごめん。はあ、セーフ、助かったよ。
Hearing her voice behind me calmed my heart, and I turned around. I was ashamed of myself. The reason I'd gotten lost was because I missed her take an earlier turn and had gone straight ahead.
ごめんね、ぼーっとしてて、ルカの姿見失っちゃった。ネゾルグ、ヴィネエラーラス。
For some reason, even though I had found the girl I was looking for, I was still trembling. This wasn't just me being emotional.
ダメだね、私。
その上ルカまで疑ったりして。
If anything, I'd say it was a bad sign. Was it because of the self-loathing that had come from my own guilty conscience? Was I responding to another cause of anxiety that I had been previously unaware of? Or was this unknown word having some abnormal effect on my body?
Mia malatentemo causis tion.
I was scared. More than anything, I was scared.
Mi comprenas.
It wasn't just my environment. I was scared I'd stop being able to even understand myself. What in the world should I do now? I am, I have, I will, I need.
Ni marcio manon en mano. Luka!
She suddenly pulled my hand toward her and I almost fell over.
Anshin shite.
Cool.
そうは言われても。うわ
We made a 90-degree turn without any warning and I narrowly missed slamming into a telephone pole.
待て。
I couldn't see her face as she steadily zoomed along.
でもあったかいな。
Maybe with this warmth I could make it somehow. In the middle of that thought, I suddenly looked up and realized we were now in the center of a shopping district. The shopping district.
駅前通らなくてもここに来られるんだ。
It only lasted a few seconds, but I was frustrated again by the illusion that this was a place I knew well.
違うんだってば。
Ya, ini adalah. It wasn't unusual for the exterior of a building to look the same as in my world, but the inside would be something completely different. Dan ya, itu berarti game ini adalah visual novel Yuri Isekai. Sure apapun. Aku udah tahu dari awal sebetulnya. Tapi supaya nggak spoiler, Isekai. Isekai Yuri. A few of the stores looked entirely unchanged, but the strange lettering on the signs kept me from feeling anywhere close to at ease. The moment I caught the clerk from yesterday's onigiri shop out of the corner of my eye, I remembered how I'd run away when she started questioning me and felt my chest tighten.
参ったな。
I couldn't walk straight. My feet kept tripping over each other. At this rate, I wouldn't be able to keep up with Ruka. No sooner did I think that than she stopped in her tracks, maybe sensing my thoughts.
Bonvoru relasi vin.
I couldn't understand what she was saying, but with a smile, she gently shook the head she was holding and drew in a big breath. Then, giving no hint as to what she was thinking, she started rhythmically giving directions with her right hand.
Legomo, fisho, viando. Legom vendeo, fish vendeo, viand vendeo.
Sebentar. Okay.
Legomo, fisho, viando.
Legomo, fiso, viando. Fiso, viando.
Legom vendeo, fish vendeo, viand vendeo.
Kebaca nggak sih? Vendeo. Pakai V bukan pakai P. Legom vendeo. Fish vendeo. Vian vendeo. Kedengaran familiar? Legomo itu kemungkinan sayur. Ini berasal dari asal katanya legume. fish, as in ikan. Fish. Vian ini yang apa? Ini Vian ini entahlah. Dan ini vendeo itu artinya seller atau tukang sayur, tukang ikan, dan tukang kawan-kawannya. Berdasarkan asumsiku dalam belajar bahasa, kalau nggak begini aku nggak belajar, jadi sorry caranya agak ekstrim. The things he pointed to me were a vegetable shop, fish shop, and butcher shop. Vian as in veal. Legom, fish, vian. Veal. Caraku mengingat adalah mencari yang katanya tuh mirip. Legom, fish, vian, veal. Kelihatannya paling sederhana memang begitu sih. Walaupun entah akurasinya benar atau salah gitu.
Pano, kuko, bisburo, pan vendeo, kuk vendeo, bisbur vendeo. Pan vendeo, kuk vendeo, pano, kuko, bisburo. Pan
Kelihatannya
vendeo, kuk vendeo, bisbur vendeo.
ya, bentar. Pan as in roti, pan. Pano, kuko, risbulo. Pan, pan itu dalam bahasa Jepang kan roti. Pan. Cook. Cake. Risbul. Risbul itu rice ball. Kelihatan? Pan as in pan, cook as in cake, atau dalam bahasa Indonesia kan kue panekuk, pancake. Risbul, rice ball, vendeo. Jadi toko roti, toko kue, dan toko onigiri. Tadi aku udah ke spoiler yang onigiri shopnya. Harusnya, oh ini toko bukan seller tapi shop, as in wait.
Pan.
Oh iya, shop.
Pan vendeo, kuk vendeo, bisbur vendeo.
Ya. Pan, cook, risbol. Legom, fish, dan vian. Could this be some kind of field trip? I couldn't memorize each of them individually, but I recognized the parts she kept repeating and based on the pattern, could guess at its meaning. Educated guess. Pintar sekali, Rin. Good work.
そのベンデオが店
Yeah.
店 Yes でもいつもこう言います
Ruka turned around with a smile and repeated herself, pointing to the last three buildings again.
パネヨクケヨディスプレイヨパネヨ
Paneo, Keo, Risbuleo.
パネヨクケヨディスプレイヨ
J bukan bacanya J tapi Y. Paneo. Wait. Bedanya apa dengan Panvendeo? kayak kering ya spidolku. Wow. Bentar. Paneyo.
Chubivoras manjipanon? Onaka suita? Pano tabetai?
Panon. No. Now I established myself as someone who's hungry all the time.
いえ、なんとなくこうね、ノリでつい。
If I tried to explain, I was just trying to say it's a piece of cake. I probably only muddied things even more.
あのさ、もう一度いいかな。
Yeah, sure. I tried to save face by slowly pointing at each of the shops she'd named in order out.
Yes. Panvendeyo ka paneyo.
Paneyo. A bread shop was Paneyo. Pane.
Vendeyo ka kukeyo desu.
A cake shop was Kukeyo. Kuke.
Bisbul vendeyo ka bisbureyo desu.
Yes, rice boleo. Just based on the examples I'd heard, whatever vendeo seems to be abbreviated whatever. In that case, maybe I should give it a try myself.
本は何？
I asked Ruka while looking at the bookstore I'd spotted.
Libro?
Libro itu bahasa Latin bukan sih untuk buku literatur. Asal katanya kelihatannya sama. Libro. Libro. Libra. Library. Aku nggak tahu apakah ada kaitannya dengan zodiak Libra atau library atau lainnya, tapi yang aku tangkap itu sejauh ini seperti itu. Berarti bookshop adalah libreo. You know what? Oops, kering spidolku. Libreo. Aku lebih senang dengan playthrough yang sedikit dinamis dan bukan cuma aku di tap keyboard doang. Seperti ini walaupun menurutku agak aneh, tapi ya aku have fun kok main ini.
じゃあ、リブロ。
Libro, vendeo, atau
ya,
libreo, ya. I started by just sticking the two together.
Libro vendeyo desu.
I was close enough, wasn't I?
短い版はリブロよってどう？
Libreo.
ねえ、La vort radico estas libro. Do libra plus eo fariĝas librejo.
Fort radico estas liber. Liber plus eo farigas libreo.
ねえ、La vort radico estas libro. Do libra plus eo fariĝas librejo.
Iya bener G, ini dibacanya J. Farigas libreo. Sebentar. I had absolutely no clue what she just said. Same, Rian, same. Me too. It seems like Ruka has emphasized the AO part though. What if I just tried a bunch of random guesses until something hit?
あそこ、あの店で飲むものは？
Okay. I figured it was probably a coffee shop. I pretended to hold an invisible cup by its handle and mimic blowing on it as I brought it to my mouth.
カーフォ？
Kafo. Kafo is coffee. Kafo. Astaga, spidolku habis. Bentar. Kafo. Berarti bentuk tokonya Kafo itu coffee, bukan kofefe. Berarti tokonya adalah Kafeo.
そう多分それ
Using the word kafo, which I just learned from Ruka, and applying the rule I'd been taught from the previous examples, I said a Hail Mary and Cafeo. Bukan A-nya nggak satu, A-nya satu doang, Cafeo.
フェよ
My intuition told me the third time would be the charm. What was the result?
ペルフェクテリン頭いいはあギリギリ通過ってとこだよ
It's not like I had a total understanding of the language. I just figured maybe this, so I had no faith that I would do this well next time. Maybe this meant I needed to study a little more seriously.
リンヴェヌアルミ
Once again, she pulled me by the arm. Our next stop was a shop that made tiny clocks. The shelves in the store window were lined with alarm clocks, wristwatches, pocket watches, and stopwatches of all kinds.
En ĉi tiu mondo horloĝo estas tre grava
Ruka's eyes roamed over each of one of the clocks, and then she glanced
お
at
目当ての
me.
ものがあるの Vi ne posedas horloĝon, ĉu jes?
Ruka started patting my pocket.
なーにもしかしてあたしお財布にお買い物とか
Nah, it was a joke since I knew she wasn't the type of girl to do something like that. I figured I might as well show her my 500 yen coin though.
ほらこれ使えないでしょここでは
When I held the coin out to her, she looked at it with intense interest and nodded in acknowledgement.
Miacetu kei dona츠 horloĝon al vi
Donuts? Is this place still in donuts? From the outside it looked like they sold clocks, but maybe it was a popular donuts shop that only... No, of course not. Come on. I realized that while I had been thinking, Ruka had gone inside alone. She had let go of my hand, so I thought it might be better to stay outside and wait. Dan lihatlah ini. Kelihatan familiar? Tulisannya apa? Dalam bahasa Inggris, dalam bahasa Esperanto, kata itu tulisannya astaga. Sukira Swaro. Hey, itu tim developernya. But within less than a minute, Ruka came back with an old man in tow. I got a feeling he was probably the shopkeeper.
リンどっち
Dochi apa? Oh, sorry.
どっちって
I was caught off guard by her sudden question when I noticed her looking between a wristwatch and a pocket watch. Maybe she was asking me which one I thought she should get.
両方いいと思うけど個人的には
Aku kok lebih suka jam kantong ya. Bentuknya lebih keren daripada begini. Ya, lebih berkelas. Ngeluarin jamnya begini caranya. Tapi lebih gede, lebih repot. I pointed to the one I thought I looked like a good match for her earlier.
どうデツディーテミアチェトチティウン
With an air of triumph, Ruka pointed to the pocket watch the same way I had, and the old man smiled affirmingly and nodded.
すぐ戻る。あ、うん。焦らなくてもいいからね。
Yeah.
ごゆっくり。
And so Ruka went back into the store with the old man, and about 3 minutes later, she returned holding a box with a ribbon on it.
メン、どうぞ。
Oh, the way she was holding it out to me almost made it think it couldn't be. It was a gift for you, so that you wouldn't be lost again. Like ever. Hopefully. I never for a second thought that I was picking out a watch for myself. Watching her walk ahead with me with such a cheery attitude made me feel like smiling too.
ありがとうね、ルカ。
I could thank her 10 times over and it still wouldn't be enough. Not to mention, although I had no way to express it, the watch had a pleasant weight to it. It always made me think I could pass as stylish myself. Now I could know what time it was and I wouldn't have to make Ruka worry anymore. It wasn't all smiles and rainbows though.
このままじゃダメなんだよね。
Right now she was hand-holding me like a helpless child. And on top of that, I wanted to repay her. But as things were, I didn't even have the money to buy her a drink.
無一文、つらい。
It made me think of trying to get a job somewhere. Could this visitanto Ruka mentioned get hired for part-time jobs? Visitanto!
ルカ、今度はどこへ？
Visitanto. Biar ku tebak apa artinya visitanto. Visitanto adalah orang yang diisekai ke dunia Yuliamo. Pada dasarnya. Mata uang mereka kan hurufnya J. Yuliamo. Jadi, dan bahasa nasional mereka Yuliamo. Visitanto. Visitor. Ya kan? Ya.
De, ルカ、今度はどこへ？
If we were headed to karaoke or a game center or a movie or some other place that cost money, though I didn't think she would, I'd hightail it right out of there.
どこ？どこ？
What's next on the docket? Huh? She's stifling a laugh. Sorry, did I say something funny? I have no
船、
clue.
違う。あれです。
Not both. With a serious look on her face, Ruka pointed to a building a short way from the station. I had no idea what that place was. If my memory served correctly, there was a bowling alley right around here somewhere.
それは私の世界の話だし。
The whole building had a strict formal feel to it, and the moment we set foot on the property, that impression got even stronger.
手続きします。手続き？手続き、ビジタント、登録。
Registration. Visitanto registration, yeah. So did that mean this was a government office or something?
なんか緊張してきたぞ。
Sama mas, mbak. I figured that the first thing we'd do once we went inside was check at a reception desk. But I was a little let down when I didn't see anything like that. There were faint signs of life, but they seemed to be on the other side of the wall, which made me reflexively stay quiet as well.
あっちです。
Was Ruka familiar enough with this place to be guiding me? While I wondered that, we reached a dead end. Ruka opened the door and showed me inside to...
図書室？
It was a spacious room with bookshelves, tables, and a quiet atmosphere.
いいね。ここだっ
I accidentally shouted that hurriedly clapped my hands over my mouth. Where could she have disappeared to so fast? Was she trying to play hide and seek or something in the library? Come on!
そういうのなら私の得意分野だもんね。
Cute! Masa di library? Was she in the corner, behind a bookshelf, or behind a curtain? My animal instincts told me she hadn't gone far. She was close. In fact, she could have been right behind me.
いるんでしょ？
Just as I was turning around, preparing to grab her.
うわー、どれ？
I was shocked to find someone completely unfamiliar standing there. Who was it? Don't tell me Ruka has a sudden growth spurt and this was her as an adult. Come on.
Bonjour, esti silenta. あ、パルトーヌ。Bonjour, esti silenta.
Silenta, silent. Please be silent. Aku cuma nebak-nebak aja.
あ、パルトーヌ。
Well, kata Pardono itu bakal dapat mileage yang banyak dari Rin. As the woman raised a finger to her lips. Remembering I was in the library, I hung my head. I had been incredibly rude. I was really embarrassed. Whose fault was it that things ended up like this? It's your fault. Come on. Who plays hide and seek in the library? Ruka? No, it was my own fault. I really wanted to do something about this uncomfortable, profusely sweating state I was in.
Ĉu vi estas la fama fraŭlino Lin?
Wait.
Ĉu vi estas la fama fraŭlino Lin?
Fraulino. Fräulein. Nona dalam bahasa Jerman. Fraulino kemungkinan dia Nona Rin. Kamu Rin. Sufi, could you vi kamu, estas itu adalah, kamu adalah, apakah kamu, fama ini kayaknya bukan famous. Intinya adalah Miss Rin, Fraulino Rin. This person knew my name. Is he confirming my identity?
どう答えればいいんだろう。Yes!
Sorry, aku dari tadi kepalaku sakit banget. Aku nyium bau kayak ada bau asap di dalam kamarku. Kemarin ada bakaran sampah sih di dekat sini. Jadi mungkin asapnya masuk dalam kamarku dan masih gak hilang-hilang. Udah 2-3 hari sekalipun. Aku sensitif dengan asap. Semua asap. Asap rokok, asap kendaraan, asap bakaran sampah. Jadi itu bikin sakit kepala. Just so there was no misunderstanding, I put my hand on my chest and nodded my head. Just then she took out some sort of card.
Mi credas ke vi estas japano?
Japano. Japanese. Japano.
Mi credas ke vi estas japano?
Credas, credential. Vi estas Japano. Kamu dari Jepang. You are Japanese. Mi itu kalau nggak salah aku kan.
Mate yo!
Ruka was one thing, but grasping at communication with this person I just met was impossible. No, not really. I understand like the gist of what she was saying. But I had to respond somehow. For now, I would just use body language to convey my situation. Wait, first I had to try to stop playing around like an idiot. Yeah, stop it. She cracked a tiny smile as she watched me.
Bonjour, Constati.
She flipped the card over and handed it to me. I peered at it, not sure what to do. When I did, I saw it was printed with letters that looked like Giuliano. Biar aku tulis dalam huruf Roman, huruf Latin. Estas tre itu C atau J? Akrable, nggak mungkin. Kon 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 kona kona kok agak gede sih, tutup. Kona ti c konatisi konatiji kun v. Kalau ditekan lah baru hurufnya baru tulisannya keluar, tintanya keluar. Kelihatannya tintanya habis total. Kebaca nggak sih? Aku nggak tahu ini tulisannya bener atau nggak, tapi yeah, you know what? She probably thought I could at least understand the writing. Dan ada burung hantunya, gagah banget. Halo. Halo. Burung hantu itu kan diasosiasikan dengan ini, dengan kebijaksanaan dan pengetahuan. Jadi di library, di libreo, ya di perpustakaan itu mereka pakai logonya burung hantu itu, ya cocok udah. But it was no use. Nothing was getting through to me. Just as I was thinking that.
Estas tre agradable conatigi kun vi.
Itu dia tulisannya. Estas tre agradable. Oh, ini G. Conatigi kun vi. Vi itu kamu. Kun itu bersama atau dengan. Senang bertemu bersama denganmu. Masa sih nggak mungkin. She pointed to each word on the printed sentence as she pronounced them one at a time before gently placing it in my hand. Estas tre agradable conatigi kun vi. Artinya,
これがエスタスってこのビってあなたのビかな。
yeah. Maybe it was looking at the writing while hearing the words spoken out loud that did it, but the unfamiliar letters started to form themselves into words. I still had no idea what they meant though. I flipped over the card as I sighed. That for the first time I understood.
Mi present to me, ma'am.
Present, hadiah dariku untukmu. Administratio por visitantes. Administration for visitors. Jadi kelihatannya banyak orang yang diisekai ke dunia ini. Makanya mereka punya cabang di pemerintahan sendiri. Kantor pemerintahan tentang ini. Bibliotekisto ex visitanto. Librarian / ex visitanto. Jadi dia bukan dari dunia ini. Dia juga visitanto. Atau eksekutif visitanto. Ray ini R kan? Ray Arbaro. Ray Arbaro namanya. The object in my hand was a business card. Yes, Administratio por Visitantes. Aku yakin 80% yakin namanya Ray Arbaro.
Mi nomiĝas Ray Arbaro.
Nah itu dia, Ray Arbaro, which she had given to me as a way to introduce herself. Aku nggak ngerti ada apa dengan nama Ray belakangan ini. Sky Striker Ray, Ray Arbaro, Ray Chan dari Fatal Bullet. Anyway, about 5 minutes had passed since I met this woman, this Miss Ray. She had led me to the reception office where I reunited with Ruka.
Ray. 仲良し？
はい、仲良しです。
いやいや、さっき図書室で会ってここに連れてこられただけでまだ名前ぐらいしか知らないの。っていうかルカがいきなりいなくなって困ってたんだからね。
At any rate, I was just glad we were back together again. Now I could finally stop this awful sweating. Or so I thought. There was still a very serious task ahead of me.
こ
Task?
りゃ参ったぞ。
Here we were in the fashionably furnished reception office, Miss Ray, Ruka, and myself. And our respective roles were...
商店街でたい焼きを買って食べた直後に、だからどう説明すればいいんだろう。たい焼きって何？
Aku pernah main sampai sini tapi nggak jauh habis dari sini. Habis itu aku berhenti waktu itu. Aku cuma minjem. Jadi dari sekitar sini sampai sekitar 15-30 menit ke depan, habis itu ke depannya aku belain. Aku cuma pernah main sampai sini.
たい焼き？
Taiyaki itu
イエスイエス、こうもちもちの皮で中にあんこが入っているの。もちもち？
me, the interviewee, Ruka, the interpreter, and Miss Ray, the record keeper. But I couldn't even convey to them how I wound up here.
パルドーヌ、いらない紙をもらえますか？
I couldn't exactly scribble on the documents I'd been given, so I used my pen to mimic drawing and got some blank paper. And I used it to draw a picture of taiyaki from memory.
こいつがたい焼き。甘い、美味しい、お菓子。わかる？
Ruka and Miss Ray shared a look as I gave my enthusiastic explanation. Feast?
たい焼き。スケラスパーロ？
The developer, ladies and gentlemen, Sukira Sparrow. The developer. Kotonoha Amrilato. Didevelop oleh Sukira Sparrow. Aku rasa ini sedikit in-joke sih soal ini. Karena ya intinya begitulah.
Mi pone conas. Ya estás vendata en la vendetta stratune?
Vendata, La Vendea, Vendea ini itu kan apa toko. En La Vendea Strato apa?
Yes, tre bon guste.
They both seemed to get worked up, so I figured they probably understood. I got the feeling that I just might get through this if I let my enthusiasm do the talking.
で、それを私は食べた直後に。
I brought the drawing of the taiyaki up to my mouth, then waved both arms over my head like a kelp in the ocean before bringing them down on the table with a bang. Then I placed my hands on my chest and mimed looking around, turning left and right with a dramatic look of cluelessness on my face. Finally, I gestured to Ruka beside me. Sebelah kiri, sorry. Lanjut dong, auto.
彼女に出会った。
I finished.
Luca, tu vi comprende shi?
Kamu ngerti ini?
Yes. Fiestas charma. Martorafe.
Based on the reactions, I figured I must have done something wrong. But still, even a hopeless cause isn't over as long as you still have hope. I'd really sacrificed my pride with the liberal use of body language to drive my point home. I thought it had only been around 10 minutes since we started, but according to the watch, Ruka had bought me an hour and had already passed. There was one more thing that I had learned, and that was the sad reality that my inability to convey things through pantomime was less than proficient. My latest attempt had involved a detailed drawing with several arrows, trying to say I have no idea where I am, and even showing that my wallet's contents to say this is the money from my world.
これでビジタントだって分かってもらえないと。
someone about to proclaim scientific testing is required to settle this mystery before dragging me off to some remote research facility in the mountains? Ya astaga. Rin, dude, Rin. No, never. The thought of my body which still had yet to know true love being experimented on was too much to bear.
リン、平気？
ちょっと妄想が暴走しただけだから。
I was okay. I was still okay. I was sure I would find some way to turn things back around right at the crucial moment. I just had to hang in there until then. I gave my exhausted brain a rest while I waited for Miss Ray, who was wrestling with a stack of documents to finish up what she was doing. She compared the papers thoroughly before splitting them into 3 groups. Though from where I was sitting, I couldn't see what was on them.
Finish.
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 Selesai. Finish. Finish. Oh jadi G itu kayak SH atau bacanya. G ini. G ini SH. Tulisannya sama persis. Finish. Kebaca? Harusnya kebaca. Yet her satisfied looking smile means she was done. Miss Ray pulled up 3 large envelopes from behind her and put the sorted documents inside. And she handed them to me. Oops.
これは？なんか封筒に番号が振ってある。
As I was wondering what to do with what I had been handed, Miss Ray grinned and made an opening gesture with her hands. Did numbers 1 to 3 mean I should start with 1? What is
なん
this?
だろう。何が入ってるんだろう。ってこれ？
I hurriedly confirmed the contents. Inside, I saw something I recognized.
これ普通の日本語。私にはこの文ってあれなんだこの文字。
I started to trip over the sentence I had only just started reading. I dove right in, thinking it looked like Japanese at the first glance. However, the closer I read, the more I saw words and letters mixed in that looked familiar, but which I couldn't recognize. There were even unrecognizable expressions sprinkled in. Just to be sure, I looked at the next page, but it was just as confusing as the first. I started off thinking, I can read this, but the more proper nouns that appeared, the more it seemed I still needed things explained to me. I just skimmed through, thinking it would make sense the further I got, not really wanting to spend too much time studying it.
Bonjour, ma fermi ancora alia in covertoin.
Sorry, ulang.
Bonjour, ma fermi ancora alia in covertoin.
Malvermi. Mal itu artinya salah dan vermi itu mungkin dari kata form, malform, artinya salah bentuk. Artinya tulisannya mungkin salah bentuk. Aku nggak tahu. Aliain itu
Lin, 他の全部見て。
okay. Luca translated for me and pointed to the envelopes I'd set aside. Oh,
Lin, bonjour, ma fermi ancora alia in covertoin. Lin,
yeah, sure.
他の全部見て。
I took the other envelopes in my hands and looked at the one with the number 2 written on it first.
これほとんど漢字ばっかり。なんか中国語っぽい感じ。漢字ああ、別にギャグとかじゃなくてね。
You know, kanji.
これ
中国の
ほとんど漢字ばっかり。なんか中国語っぽい感じ。漢字
Seems like kanji. Kanji.
別にギャグとかじゃなくてね。
Yeah, sure. Ruka reacted to my unintentional play on words and it made me smile a little. But when I looked inside the next envelope, my smile vanished. This one started off the same as the first one, but the rest was different. Skimming over them, I didn't get the same uneasy feeling. The only thing that bothered me was the commas were like this instead of like that.
私にはこの文章がわかります。
My voice was shaking a little.
なぜならこの文章は私の世界に存在する日本と呼ばれる国で利用されている言語で書かれたものだからです。
Even so, I continued reading.
日本語は主に漢字やひらがな、カタカナと呼ばれる文字を使い、場合によってはアルファベット群を50音に当てはったローマ字と呼ばれる表記も利用されます。また同じ文字表記でも発音の仕方で意味が変わる単語や他の言語には少ない敬語表記が存在するなどの理由から習得が難しい言語の一つに挙げられることがあります。
That's not true. I mean, if an idiot like me can read or write it. I didn't even care about those dumb commas anymore.
ねえ、これは表現の幅がある言語とも評価される反面、言葉の曖昧さが意図しない解釈へとつながり、誤解を招きやすいとも言われ
I really was stupid.
国際的に日本語が利用される機会を特定の部屋に
Ya
限ら
dia
れることが
dia
多く
honestly, crying just from reading Japanese sounded like it came out of a textbook. Ya dia disuruh baca di amplop ketiga dan di amplop ketiga itu tulisannya bahasa Jepang ini. But I wanted to read just a little more. And I wanted to hear just a little more. These were the words I was used to. Stupid. Just the thought of it set my face on fire. Why had I cried back there? I breathed on Ruka's sofa, my memory of yesterday all too vivid.
あれ、絶対後で笑い話にされるよ。
I really didn't know what it meant that the tears had started streaming down my face just from reading a description of the Japanese language. If I could go back in time, I'd wrap my old self up in the blanket and shove her in the closet so I could take her place. Then Miss Ray's impression would be, "Ay, what a tough girl," and she might treat me a little more like an adult. I just knew the next time we met, she wouldn't have nearly as much respect for me. Come on. That's not true. It was so embarrassing, I didn't even want to show my face.
とか、あんまりわがままも言えないんだよね。
I really did owe her a debt of gratitude. I took out the copy of the guidelines Miss Ray had given me and went over them again. There were notes sprinkled here and there in strange letters, but most of it was in Japanese, so I had no problem reading it. You are recognized as a visitor. visitanto. Visitanto. Visit, the one who visit. Okay.
まだ自分でもよくわからないけど助かりました。
Jadi kelihatannya memang benar aku facecamnya di pojok kiri atas karena ya bagian bawah butuh real estate dan pojok kanan juga butuh sejauh ini. Apparently, some people try to lie about being a visitanto, so that's why there was an interview at the time of registration. In light of your misfortune, you have been provided a temporary stipend. A separate envelope which I had received after arriving home contains a stack of bills, a sum of 250,000 Yulia. The unit of currency was apparently called the eno. Yen? Eno. Enos. Enoch. Bacanya unit of currency plural, banyak itu enoch. Eno. Although in practice it sounded like people call it by its plural form, enoch. In that case, why didn't they just call it enos from the start? I wondered like a true newbie visitanto. Did they call it enos just to annoy people like me?
のってなんとなく円マークっぽさがあるね。
Their pronunciations echoed each other, and so did two horizontal lines through both. Even the design of the bills were close to the 1,000 yen, 5,000 yen, and 10,000 yen bills I was familiar with. The portraits were people I had never seen before, but at any rate, at least I had a fat stack.
無駄遣いは控えよう。
Yeah. I at least wanted to do something to repay Ruka for the watch though.
03から06までは細かい規約だからパスして、問題は次か。
Mending dibaca deh. As a visitanto, a number of jobs are available to you. Although in the case of minors, a fixed living allowance will be provided, is what it said. So since working was both unnecessary and out of the question, it looked like I could attend an age-appropriate school, high school in my case, if I desired. Mending kamu sekolah deh. If I tried to go, would they treat me like a transfer student? But that wasn't really the issue here. I couldn't even properly communicate, so even if I did go, the outcome, or lack thereof, wouldn't be hard to guess. But as I traced over the pair of signatures on the last page, I thought of the possibilities.
ルカがプリゾルガントで、私がビジタントの関係。
Okay. Prisorganto, visitanto. Ya, anto dan anto. Berarti protect, prisorganto, visitanto. Aku berusaha mikir kenapa kata pri dan zorknya kok dipisah. Kan kayak misalnya di bawah ini visitanto, visit itu jadi satu, ant dan o itu kayak suffix yang menandakan bahwa artinya visitor, one who visits, somebody who visits. Tapi kenapa di sini pri dan zorknya dipisah? Harusnya kan prisorganto itu sama juga, one who protects, protector, guardian, one who guards. So did that mean we would be going to the same school? And if we happen to be in the same class, that would be perfect. Wait, I was making a lot of assumptions here.
にしても、なんでプリゾルガントになってくれたんだろう。
When I looked at the note that said guardian, all I could think of was someone much older. My imagination started to wander to those couples who host foreign students and say things like, "We want you to think of us as your real parents." I knew it wasn't good to judge someone's age by their appearance, but it was impossible to think of someone who was obviously younger than me as my prisorganto.
最初に声をかけたから 責任を持って面倒を見ます的な?
Ya, bukannya itu malah lebih bagus ya? Well, if those were the rules of this world, Ruka had drawn a seriously short straw. And she had still happily signed the paperwork. She was way too kind-hearted. I tried to imagine if our situations were reversed. If I was someone living in this world and she was a visitanto. Wait, visitanto itu Z toh bahasanya. Visitanto.
何も考えず無条件で助けるわ。
I would have lent a hand based on her cuteness alone. Oh, come on. Jangan menilai orang dari mukanya doang. Tapi ya, sure, okay, fine. There was no comparison between us.
今頃ルカは勉強中なんだろうな。
Ya, kamu juga sebaiknya mulai belajar penulisan bahasa ini. She had such an upstanding personality. I was sure she got good grades in school. She probably had lots of friends in her class. I couldn't even imagine what it would do to that atmosphere throwing someone like me, who couldn't even carry on a conversation, into the mix.
よし、決めた。
I wasn't going to get anywhere lazing around. It was time for action. Even if I didn't go to school, I could still study. I sat upright on the sofa and opened up the notebook Ruka had given me.
セーブしますよ。
Apa waktunya quiz? Then I took out the first printout she showed me. Masih ada. Walaupun visual novel, tapi detail, sentuhan ke detailnya itu lumayan bagus loh.
ああ、そうだった。これ見せて殺す言われたんだよね。
I really hope I just misheard her, but there was no sense in bringing it back up now. Well, she hadn't crumpled it up or thrown it out, so I wanted to think I was safe.
今更だけど、この後ろが赤いのって。
Oh ya, 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 ya. A, E, I, O, U. Ini vowel mungkin. I, U, E, O. They were vowels. I never really thought about it since it was my native language, but these 5 vowel sounds were the cornerstones of Japanese. Sampai titik ini, aku belum pernah, aku nggak inget pernah lihat teks ini, pernah nyampe bagian ini aku nggak inget. Jadi dari titik ini ke depan bisa diasumsikan aku udah blind, karena aku cuma main sampai sekitar seginian. Was this emphasized because this was printed with me in mind?
まあ、少しは見慣れてきた感じもするし。
Now studying it calmly, it looked surprisingly similar to the English alphabet.
偽の W がボ。
At this point, I didn't have much choice but to familiarize myself with this stuff.
次の難関は F と G の位置にある文字だよね。
4 look kind of like a lowercase b. Apa ya? Ya, aku rasa kalau ditulis B dan aku rasa aku bisa lihat lumayan mirip bentuknya. Look kind of like a lowercase b, and when it came to go, I couldn't see it as anything but a horseshoe with a slash through it.
So そして QWXY に当たる文字が存在しないんだよね。
Oh ya, nggak ada sama sekali. It didn't seem like I could rule them out entirely, but maybe they were only used in special circumstances. For now, I decided they would be safe to ignore.
あとは帽子付きの文字か。
Ya, so, jo, go, jo, so, astaga, aku nggak bisa baca mereka masing-masing. The printout distinguished them with a different color. But seeing them mix in with all the other letters, I felt like I would lose track of which was which between these and the ones without the heads. Maybe the head was some kind of phonetic symbol. Come to think of it, I remember there being a much more detailed pronunciation key on the printout I got from Miss Ray.
どれだったかなあ、これだ、これ。 ローマ字読
Okay.
みで50音なら美って感じかな。さ、し、す、せ、そで、ざ、じ、ず、ぜ、ぞ。
A I U E O Sashi Suseso Kaki Kukeko Zazi Zuzeso. Jadi maksudnya omongan ini tuh Kaki Kukeko Tati Tu Teto.
他行のティ、トゥもち、つじゃないんだ。
The T rows T and Tu are Chi and Su. But T and Tu ya.
だ、ティ、ルって
Uts.
他行のティ、トゥもち、つじゃないんだ。
Oh, aku nggak bisa auto dari sini. Jadi kalau mau auto ya aku harus klik di
Da,
second sheet ya.
ティ、ルってとの濁り感が高いのってやっぱりティ、トゥのせい？慣れたら気にならない？あと、ハ行が多すぎでしょ。バ行とパ行の必要性はわかるけど、は、ひ、ふ、へ、ほが謎すぎて扱いに困るな。
Oh iya, karena ini kan hahihuhehonya sama persis dengan h yang fonetiknya beda. Jadi pembacaannya gimana itu antara hahihuheho biasa dan hahihuheho yang dikasih simbol fonetik itu. Aku kurang perhatian tadi soal ini cara bacanya, jadi aku masih belum ngerti juga.
魔行はまあよしとして、なんでヤ行の頭が J なのよ。
Why? Why? Karena J itu dibaca Y. Ya. Jadi mami mu memo lali lulelo ya yi yu ye yo. Wa, wi, wu, we, wo. Ini wo apa? Ini we atau u? Wa, wi, rari rurero, sachi, chachi, chu, checho.
順番的にラ行の次って和行だと思うけど、まさかこのわ、うい、う、
Sebentar.
ローマ字、他行のティ、トゥもだ。
Ini karena aku nggak terlalu biasa dengan ini kan tati tute itu kan harusnya chi dan su, tapi
ち、つ
tachi
じゃ
su
ないんだ。
tachi su teto. Teorinya, prakteknya karena aku bukan orang Jepang, jadi aku membacanya semuanya dipukul rata tati tute to.
だ、
Kemudian di sini ini tadi ha
ハ行が多すぎでしょ。
ya hahihuheho
バ行とパ
hahihuheho.
行の必要性はわかるけど、は、ひ、ふ、マ行はまあよしとして、なんでヤ行の頭が J なのよ。
Why?
順番的にラ行の次って和行だと思うけど、まさかこのわ、うい、うえ、おがそうなの？
Ah, jadi emang u ini bacanya kayak wu, we, wa, wi, wu, we, wo. Jadi u itu wu memang. Jadi mami mu memo, lali lulelo, ya yi yu ye yo, wa wi wu we wo, rari rurero, chachi chu cher cho. Oke,
だとしたら
standar.
あれだ、ルカの私の発音はこれだ。私って感じか。理解。
Untuk mentranslate wordplay, mentranslate pun, mentranslate lesson dari bahasa, bukan cuma bahasa Jepang ke bahasa Inggris, tapi juga dari bahasa Yulia mau ke bahasa Inggris. Itu Yulia mau Jepang dan jadi Yulia mau Inggris, counterpointnya. Itu aku sangat salut dengan manga gamer. It's a good translation, that's for sure. Walaupun
だ
sorry,
としたら
walaupun beberapa lokalisasinya sedikit
ルカの
aneh
私の
atau
発
lucu.
音でもこっちのザは理解しづらい。感覚的には CA の発音ってキャなんだけどさ。ザ、ツイ、ツ、ゼ、ゾと。こればっかりは体に覚えさせるしかないっぽいね。
Mamimu memo, lalilulelo, yayiyuyeyo, wawiwuwewo, rarirurero, dan chachichuchecho.
これは見た瞬間にあかんってなるパターンだ。半分が赤文字とか覚える気力が根こそぎ奪われるってば。
Ganbate kudasai. Jangan menyerah. Jangan menyerah. Oke, ini adalah yang ini dan yang ini aku nggak tahu cara bacanya, tapi Favivuvevo dan Favivuvevo. Oh, wait, sama dong bacanya aku. Wait.
赤だけにあかんとかダジャレを思いつく時点でアウトだよね。
Ya, ya.
見事なぐらい集中力が切れました。チーン。まあぼんやり眺めると法則性は見えてくるっぽいから、あとは使う時が来たらその場で覚えよう。うんうん、それがいい。
Satsitsu. Aku Favivuvevo. Bedanya fa dan va pakai v itu visitanto, visit. Oh, z. Z itu ini dong. Wait. Ya, ini Z. Visitanto. Z. Bukan sa yang ini gimana bacanya ini? Well, anyway, untuk ini cukup sekali dulu.
セーブしますよ。というわけで、いっぺんに理解しようとか絶対に無理です。
Kasih tombol untuk shortcut. I set the printouts aside for the time being and took out the notes Ruka had written for me. After all, studying the fundamentals is no fun. Well, you have to study the fundamentals before you can move on to study like anything else. Come on. These printouts that I had swapped out the others for.
ルカが書いたものってだけで価値がある。
Had enough power lurking in them to make me to blurt out something like that. Whatever someone's reasons might be, studying is all about staying motivated.
まずは復習も兼ねてルカに教えてもらったありがとうダンコンからかな。
Ya, Dankon. Sorry. Thank you, Dankon. Dalam bahasa Jerman, thank you atau terima kasih itu kan Dankeschön. Dankon. Jadi pembacaannya mirip. I heard it with my ears, said it with my mouth, and it was a word I intended to remember. Dankon. But it was strange, the way it seemed slightly different written down like this.
で、次のがね、断金でで、どういたしましてと。
Ne itu artinya tidak. Jadi ne dan kinde itu artinya tidak. Terima kasih. Dankinde, ne dan kinde. No problem. No thanks necessary. Ne dan kinde. Dankon dan kinde itu mungkin satu bentuk terima kasih. Ne dan kinde itu artinya tidak usah berterima kasih. Tapi ditranslate dalam bahasa Inggris jadi you're welcome, atau dalam bahasa Jepang jadi do itashimashite. When I compared the spellings, I saw they both had a shared component. Ya betul, dankon dan dankinde. Ini aku blind loh, dari titik ini ke depan aku blind. Aku belum pernah lihat screenshot, aku belum pernah lihat apa-apa sama sekali. Paling cuma dari promotional di Steam page-nya aja. Tapi selain itu nggak ada. Also, dankinde had the negative ne attached to it. So it meant you're welcome with the nuance of I don't need any thanks. Ne dan kinde. Ya, seperti yang aku barusan jelasin. For now, it looked like whenever I wanted to express gratitude, I should say dankon, and when it was said to me, I should respond with ne dan kinde. Dankon dan ne dan kinde.
ダンコンとね、ダンキンでマジで覚えたぞ。
Cool. I might as well prioritize the words I was most likely to use.
この Yes セルテがその通りと。
Yes, literally yes. Certe, certainly, certainly, certe. Okay. Yes, certe. Maybe it had more emphasis than a simple yes. Yes, certainly. Dan bukan cuma yes. And besides, it was too repetitive to just bow my head and say yes all the time. Yes. Certe. It would be impolite to whoever I was speaking to not change things up. Also, going along with yes, certe was the strong negative, certe ne. Certe ne. Certe yes. Yes, ne. Certe. Did it mean anything that the word order was switched from yes, certe? I couldn't find anything explaining it, but I had a feeling it might be useful to know. Kalau dikatakan ne certe artinya not certainly, artinya enggak pasti, tidak pasti. Kalau yes certe itu kan artinya ya pasti. Tapi kalau certe ne itu artinya pasti tidak. Jadi ya pasti dan pasti tidak. Tapi kalau tidak pasti artinya uncertain. Bukannya ne certe itu artinya belum pasti. Bukan sudah pasti tidak. Sorry. Maksudnya spekulasiku seperti itu.
何が何でも否定したいときにセルテねって感じかな。
I'd probably have to review this if I wanted to be able to speak and respond quickly.
あとはこれボーネも覚えておこった。
Bukan bone, tulang. Bukan tulang dan bukan juga bone yang lain. Tapi bone. Wone. Enggak. Bone. Bone. Jadi, ya oke. I would say good in every situation when I was with you. So I do well to master bone. Bon itu good dan bone itu artinya keadaan bagus.
Bone.
What? This one would take a lot of practice. I kind of did my own thing with that last one there. Never mind that. Time for one more. I found one with a really simple explanation.
へえ。
La.
英語のザがラなんだ。
La itu adalah kata tunjuk feminin dalam bahasa Spanyol kan. Angin yang terkenal La Niña. La sesuatu itu artinya feminin. Sang tapi feminin. Kalau dalam bahasa Esperanto kelihatannya mereka dalam Yuliamo mereka kelihatannya mengambil kata itu kemudian dijadikan unigender, unisex. But how did you use the again? Saying the something made it sound kind of fancy, right?
まあいいや。とりあえずその場のノリでつけてみよう。
La suke rasparo. The taiyaki. You never know until you try. I was on a pretty good streak of motivation right now. At this rate, I would master it in no time. Aku belum master, jadi
あたし覚醒。
cool. Alright, it's good to get serious once in a while. I picked up the printout I set aside a minute ago. Oke, itu angka.
2 3 4 queen ses sep ok now.
Oke.
あれゼロがない。どっかにあるのかな。
Nanti dulu. Aku mau bahas tentang inspirasi dari dunia nyatanya, karena Esperanto ini adalah konlang, artinya ada seseorang yang menciptakan kata-kata tersebut. Evolusi bahasa itu bisa dibilang secara tidak organik atau kurang organik terjadi dalam Esperanto, karena Esperanto statusnya sebagai konlang. Gini, kalau misalnya kayak pengucapan suatu kata dalam suatu bahasa itu terjadi perubahan, pergeseran makna kadang-kadang, dan pergeseran cara pengucapan juga terjadi. Itu entah karena tren, entah karena ya kemungkinan tren sih, pergeseran waktu, atau ya tren, kebanyakan bisa dibilang tren sebetulnya. Jadi aku pernah menonton video tentang bahasa Austronesian. Pokoknya jadi bahasa Indonesia, bahasa Filipin, bahasa Hawaii, bahasa New Zealand, apa namanya? Maori. Itu kalau nggak salah nenek moyang bahasanya sama. Jadi tapi mereka berevolusi, jadi masing-masing itu seolah-olah pengucapan katanya itu karena tempatnya berbeda-beda, pergeseran suaranya, pergeseran maknanya terjadi. Jadi seolah-olah kalau aku bicara dalam bahasa Indonesia, misalnya ada teman dari Hawaii, dia bisa nggak ngerti. Padahal kalau ditarik, nenek moyang katanya banyak yang sama persis. Jadi aku cuma mau itu sedikit banyak tentang asal kata atau etimologi dari suatu kata. 1, un itu bacanya gimana? Un.
あれゼロがない。どっかにあるのかな。
Un itu entah dari un, do, trois atau uno, dos, tres. Itu bahasa Spanyol kan. Un, do, trois itu bahasa Prancis. Du, dua itu bukan cuma bahasa Indonesia yang mengatakan tu itu dua, tapi juga bahasa Rusia dua, pakai v tulisannya dua. Jadi kalau kita kan bacanya dua, bukan, sorry, nggak lucu. Jadi kita bacanya dua, tapi kalau orang Rusia bacanya dua. Dalam bahasa Prancis tadi aku juga udah sempat singgung du, as in nah aku langsung tulisin aja deh. Semoga ini cukup menghibur dan cukup edukatif. Inilah konten-konten yang aku pengen buat sebagai Mas Story Gamer. Dua ya, du. Kita kan bahasa Indonesia dua. Dalam bahasa Rusia tulisannya dva. Dalam bahasa Prancis tulisannya du. Dan dalam bahasa Spanyol tulisannya dos. Ini dia. Kalau dalam Yuliamo bacanya du. Dalam bahasa Indonesia bacanya dua. Bahasa Rusia bacanya dva. Sedikit banyak mirip. Du dan dos. Jadi mungkin dari situ kali inspirasi katanya. Tree, 3, tree, bahasa Inggris tree, standar. Var, vin, aku nggak tahu dari mana datangnya. Ses itu 6. Sep itu 7 itu septa. septa atau septe dalam bahasa Latin atau Greek sih bahasanya. Six itu seven, septa, septa. Oke itu dari ini. Oh bacanya ok bukan oke. Ok. Ok itu bacanya okta. As in octagon, as in octapod, octopus. 7 kaki, octopod. 8, astaga. Oktober itu tadinya bulan ke-8. Oktober itu tadinya bulan ke-8. November itu artinya bulan ke-9 dan Desember, desa. Deka itu dekade, bulan ke-10. Kemudian karena disisipin bulan Juli dan Agustus, Julius dan Agustus, Kaisar Julius dan Kaisar Agustus pengen namanya diabadikan di dalam kalender. Jadi dia menyisipkan bulan Juli dan Agustus sebagai bulan ke-7 dan ke-8. Akhirnya bulan ke-7 kegeser ke bulan ke-9, bulan ke-8 kegeser ke bulan ke-10, bulan ke-9 kegeser ke 11, dan bulan ke-11 geser ke 12. Makanya September, Oktober, November, Desember itu kan harusnya septa, okta, nova, dan deka. 7, 8, 9, 10. Jadi 9, 10, 11, 12. Karena egoisme sang kaisar. Ingat kaisar, kamu masih manusia. Anyway, jadi itu untuk pembahasan ses, sep, ok, dan now. Itu inspirasinya kemungkinan dari situ. Tapi yang 4 dan 5 ini aku nggak...
10はデクってあとは一桁の数字がくっつく感じなのね。
Ya, seperti yang aku bilang, dek, 10, belas. Bisa dibilang belas, 10, 1. Pokoknya satu depan.
20以上ってデクの前に一桁の数字がつくのかな。
Ya, dudek un, dudek du, dudek tri, 35, tri dek queen.
10の位、デクの前に一桁の数字をつければいいっぽいね。
Ya. Queen deck quar, 54.
1がウーヌで、
Ya.
4が
Ya, makasih.
で、8がオク。
Nanti lah lewat.
9、
100.
100の位はセントが基本ってことね。
Sen, per 100. Persen. Sen itu 100. Dusen, risen, quarsen, quinsen, sesen, sepsen, oksen, nausen. Bacanya nau gimana sih? Bentar. Ulang. Un. Baca. Well, anyway.
1000の位はミルなのね。にしてもこれは長いな。
Ups, spidolnya mati sih. Kalau ada spidol yang lebih bagus, aku mau deh. Ups. Meter. Meter itu adalah satuan ukuran panjang. Di bawahnya meter ada... Harusnya aku tulis meternya agak sedikit geser ya, sorry. Meter. 1 meter itu 100 cm. Senti, sen, as in senti, 100 cm. Dan 1 meter itu 1000 mm. Jadi kalau sen itu artinya 100, mil itu artinya 1000. Dan sebagai contoh bisa dilihat di situ okdek, kwarmil, sepdek win. 80, 4000, 75. 84.075. Aku nggak lihat angkanya. Aku berusaha untuk nggak lihat angkanya. Aku fokus di ininya aja. Mil dusen tridek 1230. 1230 benar. Un, du, tri, kvar, quin, ses, sep, ok, nau. Un, du, tri, kvar, quin, ses, sep, ok, nau. Okay, let's go.
まずは1から10までの数字を確認してみようかな。
Which words represents the number 5? Oh, ini tesnya toh. Ini di belakang ada cheatnya. 1 sampai 9. Nomor 5 itu queen.
自分の才能が怖い。
Aku berusaha untuk nggak baca ini. Which word represents the number 4? Quar.
もう問題見なくても答えられそう。
Number 2, do.
見えてきた気がする。
Number 1, un.
とりあえず
Unu.
おぼえたぞ。
8, ok.
自分の才能が怖い。
Kalau pilihan ganda aku gampang. Buatku soal pilihan ganda adalah soal yang paling gampang.
簡単すぎるから数字のカードを増やそう。
Sure.
時間が24時間制だからそこまでの数字を混ぜてみよう。
Okay, fair enough. Number 3, 3.
とりあえずおぼえたぞ。
Okay. Which word represents the number 11? Dek uno. Dek ok itu, aku harusnya masing-masing aku sebutin angkanya berapa supaya sekalian belajaran. Dek uno itu 11, dek ok itu 18, dek tri itu 13, dan dek kvar itu 14.
見えてきた気がする。
Which word represents the number 20? Dudek, 20. Dek du itu 12, dek kvar itu 14, dan kvar itu 4.
私天才かも。
Asal aku ngerti struktur penulisan angkanya, aku bisa nulis angkanya. Dek sep, 17. Dek un itu 11, sep 7, dan nau itu 9.
自分の才能が怖い。
Which word represents the number 1? Un. Ses itu 6. Dek un itu 11 dan dudek itu 20.
見えてきた気がする。
Which word represents the number 15? Dek queen, 15. Dek ok itu 18, dudek un itu artinya 21. Dek sep itu 17. Dek sep itu 17. 15 itu dek queen.
自分の才能が怖い。もう3桁とか4桁混ぜてもいいよね。えい。
Sure.
なんかかなり増えたぞ。
Which word represents the number 18? 18 itu dek ok. Ini dek ok. Kvar itu 4, ok itu 8, dek tri itu 13, dek sep 17, dan dek nau 19, 18.
とりあえずおぼえた
Aku harusnya mulai baca, tapi aku cuma lihat atasnya. Aku belum lihat pilihannya. Which word represents number 10? Deck. Ok 8, deck 3 13, Queen 5, 0 sen itu 900. Mil dusen 3 deck itu mil 1230. Jadi 10 ya deck.
私天才かも。
Which word represents the number 19? 19 itu deck now. Deck now. Deck 3 13, Quar 4, Ses 6, Trisen itu 300, dan Ses Sen itu 600. Deck now.
自分の才能が怖い。
Which word represents the number 6? Ses. Deck Ses 16, Mil 1000, dan Tri. Oh iya, ngomong-ngomong. Mil itu juga mil dari million. 1000-nya 1000. Million dan mile, as in 1 mile per hour. Akhirnya kita sampai ke bagian yang seru. Nomor 6 itu ya ses. Dexes 16, mil 1000, tri 3, oksen itu 800, dan trisen itu 300 mil. Ses.
私天才かも。
Which word represents the number 17? Itu 700 itu berarti ini sepsen. Itu dia. Dudek unu itu 21, sep 6, nau 9, dek 10, dek un itu 11. Sepsen.
自分の才能が怖い。
1000 itu mil. Ses 6, Risen 300, dek now 19, dek sep 16, 17, dek sep itu 17. Aku kadang suka bingung antara ses dan sep. Ses itu 6, dek sep 17. Mil dusen tri dek 1230.
見えてきた気がする。途中だけどもういいや。
Dan inilah gameplay dari visual novel aku. Wait, bentar. Jadi aku suka visual novel yang ada gameplaynya dan gak cuma lihat decision making, terus lihat, hey, age scene. Gak seru. Kalau ada gameplaynya kayak begini paling gak bosen. Main menu study mode, number study unlock. Good.
これは使える例文ってやつかな。1枚目のプリントは人に会った時の挨拶っぽい感じがする。セーブだけど大丈夫？
Yuliamo traduco translation. Yuliamo example. Bonan good. Bonan itu bon itu berasal dari kata bonus. Itu juga asal katanya dari bon. Dalam bahasa Prancis, bon appetit, bon voyage, selamat jalan, selamat tinggal, good eating, good travel. Bahasa ini kan bonan matenon, good afternoon, good bla bla bla. Bonus itu artinya tambahan bagus. Malus itu sebaliknya tambahan yang jelek. Buff atau di buff istilah RPG-nya. Oh sorry, nggak keren sama sekali. Aku habis bercanda begitu kemudian batuk-batuk. Bonan matenon. Matenon bacanya. Bonan matenon. Good morning. Bonan tagon. Good day. Have a nice day. Bonan vesperon. Bonan nocton. Nocton. Nocturnal. Hewan nocturnal adalah hewan yang bangun di malam hari. Nocto. Noctis, protagonis FF15 itu merefer ke nama Noctus, malam hari. Noctis, nocturnal. Ada satu kota yang namanya insomnia kan di situ, yaitu Nocton, malam. Vesperon dan Tagon dan Matenon yang aku nggak tahu dari mana datangnya. Tapi ini Nocton ini langsung berasa familiar banget. Nocturnal, Noctus, Noctis, Noctovision, Night Vision, penglihatan malam. Saluton, salut, greetings and salutations. Halo, saluton. Kiel Vivartas, how are you doing? V, kamu. Kiel, bagaimana kabar? Mungkin bagaimana kabarmu? How are you feeling? Okay.
2枚目のはちょこちょこ聞いたことがあるフレーズが多いな。
Bis, bacanya bis, gis, trevido, his morgau, morrow, tomorrow. Très itu nice. Bahasa Prancis très bien. Très good to meet you, nice to meet you. Mi petas, mi aku, ne gravas tidak, gravas masalah, tidak masalah. Ne gravas. Estu tranquila. Tranquila itu tranquilizer. Tranquility. Tranquil. Chufere.
私チュベレとか多用しそう。
Chufere. Aku berharap setelah playthrough ini tamat, aku bisa menggunakan bahasa Esperanto, paling tidak level conversational bisa.
3枚目は長文があるし。4つ目って彼女を私に変えれば I can't speak English っぽい使い方になるよね。
I can't speak English. Sine povas paroli la lingyon Juliamo. Lingvon bacanya gimana sih? Lingvon ini kedengaran mirip dengan language yang asal katanya dari lingua. Makanya aku refleksnya itu adalah lingwon. Pertama kali aku baca. Sine povas paroli la lingvon Juliamo. Bentar. Title dulu. Study mode ada number study doang.
数詞の勉強。
Yang lainnya belum ke unlock kelihatannya. Jadi ayo kita load yang ini. Bonvenon, welcome. Venon, bacanya bener gitu nggak sih? Kiom Kostas Tiusi. Cost. Costas, cost. Visitanto, visitor. Tadi udah dibahas. Mi estas visitanto. Si ne povas paroli la lingvon Juliamo. Mi ne povas paroli la lingvon Juliamo. I can't speak Juliamo. I can speak Juliamo. Just a little. Si ne povas paroli la lingvon Juliamo. Bonvolu montri al mi vian identity, identification. Okay, let's see.
よし、期末テストだと思って頑張ってみよう。
Go, go. Bonan tagon. Good evening, good day, good morning, good day, good evening. Astaga. Bonan tagon. Good day. Salah. Good day.
私天才かも。
Enggak. Kalau aku harus aku akuin ini hoki mungkin. Atau aku sedikit banyak belajarnya sedikit unconscious. Jadi di bawah sadarku belajarnya, bukan. Negravas, no problem. I don't mind.
私ボネ。
Bonantagon. Good day.
やったね。
Bonveñon. You're welcome. Welcome, Bonveñon.
見えてきた気がする。
Bon itu selamat. Bon appetit. Bon voyage. Bonveñon, welcome. Itu bacanya bener begitu atau nggak sih? Atau Bonvenon? Bonan nocton, evening. Barusan tadi aku baca. Good night, nocton.
完璧すぎるでしょう。予定より早いけど次に進んじゃおう。
Aku harus baca ini. Negravas. Gravas. Satu.
自分の才能が怖い。
Oke, yang ini susah. Until next time. Lexido. Kelihatannya nomor 1. Tapi aku nggak yakin.
嘘、ありえない。
What? Oh.
レビ
Revido.
ド。またね。さようなら。
Gis revido. Bukan lexido. Revido. Gis revido. Revido, rewind. Apa ada urusannya? Nggak ada kelihatannya. Bonantagon.
やったね。
Oke, itu salah satu. Juvere. Really. Juvere.
完璧すぎるでしょう。
Gis revido.
自分の才能が怖い。
Please. Mi petas.
とりあえず覚えたぞ。
Oke, cool.
時間短縮で行こう。
Until next time. Gis revido. Baru tadi dibahas.
私ボネ。
Yes, good. No problem, no big deal. Negravas nomor 3. Negravas.
これが私の実力。
Osoroshi.
Nah, nggak, Rin. Aku bahkan nggak jago dalam belajar bahasa. Aku lambat banget dalam belajar bahasa. Aku cuma kebetulan aku ini. Aku nggak merasa hebat-hebat amat dalam belajar bahasa. Walaupun aku juga nggak merasa bodoh-bodoh banget sih. Aku merasa biasa aja. Nice to meet you. Tre. Ini bacanya apa? Tre agrable. Tre agrable.
あたし、ボーネ
Warantagon.
だよね。
What happened to you? Astaga, yang beda cuma huruf yang ininya doang. Aku nggak ingat. Kyo Okazis. Alvi. Kyo Okazis.
嘘、ありえない。キヨオカーゼスアルビ、どうかしましたか？
Kyo Okazis. He's more. See you tomorrow. She's Morano. She's Morgao. Salah. Oh, enggak bener kok. She's
今
Morgao.
回は合っていたぞ。
She's Morgao. See you
悟りの
tomorrow.
境地なので、ここまで。
Enggak. Ini aku nggak yakin sama sekali yang ini. Masih susah. And so after studying for almost an hour, I had a thought. Homeschooling wasn't really my thing. In that case, there was only one thing to do.
さあ、ここまで来たらもう引き返せないぞ。
I headed down to the shopping district, ready to ride this wave of enthusiasm into actual practice. Last time I couldn't talk to anyone or do anything, but this time would be different. I had put some fresh eno bills from my allowance into my wallet to bring with me. This time it would be shopping, the revenge.
何を買おうかな。
I realized something over the past few days. They aren't kidding when they say that a lack of shopping causes stress to build up. Just walking around with money like this, feeling like I could buy something if the mood struck me, helped lower my anxiety levels a little.
ああ、満喫って満足してどうする？
I said to myself, even as I remembered what my original goal was. I wasn't just here to satisfy my greed. This shopping trip was to help me practice. To help me calm down, I walked from one end of the shopping district to the other to see what was being sold. Thanks to Ruka's little tour yesterday, I wasn't afraid to peek into some storefronts.
よしよし。じゃあ本番行ってみよう。
Okay, let's go. I went into the Librevendeo, the bookstore, the Libreo.
ボンベーノン。
A voice suddenly called out. I was a little startled, but I was alright. I remembered the translation for Bonvenon being on the printout scrutinized back at the department. Oh, bukan Bonvenon, tapi Bonvenon.
ボンベーノンはいらっしゃいませ。
Okay, cool. I found a section with several books that looked like dictionaries in protective sleeves. Could I have a Japanese dictionary? Unfortunately, the only options were Yuliamo to unknown language dictionaries. The contents of the last one I picked up made me think it was a Yuliamo to probably English dictionary, and I was torn over whether or not I should get it. My English just wasn't good enough though, and I couldn't even tell for sure if this was the same as the English I was familiar with, so I gently placed it back on the shelf.
似て非なる世界か。
I'd learned that the Japanese documents Miss Ray showed me yesterday had been made through the collaborations of visitantos who had wound up here from the various worlds. Even the Japanese one that I had read through my tears had some mystery letters mixed in once I got to the second page, so it wasn't quite spot on either.
英語はニーズがあって日本語はニッチと。
Still, it was better than nothing. I'd managed to learn what little I had thanks to the Japanese translation created by the cooperation of those who came before me. If I had the opportunity, I'd do my part to contribute as a visitanto too. And if I did, I might even be rewarded with a job. That made me want to learn more words as fast as I could. And so I made my way to a section that seemed to have magazines on display. I picked up the one that had caught my eye and flipped through its contents. Its articles seemed to be related to sightseeing trips, with pictures of beautiful scenery and couples walking together.
そうそう、こういうやつ。
I didn't understand any of the words, but I could guess at what it was about from the photos and illustrations. Oh yeah, translation work, huh?
でも旅行先を探したいわけじゃないから。
I decided to pick up a different one. I skimmed across the various covers before my eyes landed on something that had the air of a teen fashion magazine.
これいいかも。
But, just as I reached out, my interest peaked, and I realized it was tightly sealed in shrink wrap, making it impossible to confirm its contents. Was this their way of saying you have to buy to read?
どうしよう。
I was waffling over whether or not to buy it when I saw the store clerk watching me. It felt wrong to put it back at this point, so I made up my mind and brought it to the register. Then I handed over the magazine and...
Mi estás visitando.
I said the words as I had practiced over and over again in the apartment. I am a visitor. And the clerk said...
Bonjour, Montri Almi, bien identigiron.
Identigil. Wait. Whoa. Stop.
Bonjour, Montri Almi, bien identigiron.
Bonjour, Montreal, mi bien...
Bonjour, Montri Almi, bien identigiron.
Vien. Jadi bukan bacanya Vian tapi Vien.
Bonjour, Montri Almi, bien identigiron.
Vien. Jadi hurufnya tuh nggak tepat seperti Romaji Jepang ataupun bahasa Indonesia. Bonjour, Montreal, mi bien identigilon. Gion.
Bonjour, Montri Almi, bien identigiron.
Identigilon. Show me your identification. Please show me your identification. Vian itu kata kerja kamu. Vi kamu, Vian punyamu. Your, you, your, me, Vian identigion. Gion. Anyway.
プリントにあった例文そのままの応対だ。
Apa namanya, aku bacanya sedikit-sedikit kayak baca Prancis, padahal aku nggak bisa bahasa Prancis sama sekali. Well, sedikit doang, aku cuma bisa très bien, aku cuma bisa bon appetit, dan bon voyage. I was safe. I could still just barely remember the translation. I promptly pulled my visitanto identification card out of my wallet and showed it to her. She looked between the card and me and tilted her head a little. Was there some kind of problem with my photo? Or with me?
Duncan. Tilt Blanca Lidio, Costa Sepcento Enoin.
Terima kasih. Ini Blanca Lilio. Wait.
Duncan. Tilt Blanca Lidio, Costa Sepcento Enoin.
Blanca Lilio. White lily. Lilio itu kelihatannya lili, bunga lili. Dan Blanca itu datang dari kata blanc, bahasa Prancis blanc. White. White lily. Ini dari aku tahu ini tuh cuma sekilas-kilas doang. Jadi ini juga cuma spekulasiku doang. Asumsiku.
Sed visitanto bezonas pagi nur duonon de la preso.
Visitanto bezonas pagi nur duonon de la preso. Preso, price, preso. Price. Duonon 20 sesuatu 20%. Duonon 20%. Apa visitanto? Artinya visitor get 20% off for visitors. Sorry, aku harusnya mulai menulis visitanto. Visitanto. 20% off price for visitanto. Kelihatannya dia ngomongnya begitu.
お金ならあります。
My first shopping trip had ended without incident somehow. Wait, enggak?
Sed visitanto bezonas pagi nur duonon de la preso.
Wait, enggak, dia bilang harganya itu kok.
お金ならあります。
My first shopping trip had ended without incident somehow. And as an added bonus, the visitor special made it half price. Half, setengah. I got it for 350 3 cent queen deck enoch. 3 cent queen deck enoch.
Danko sed
itu dia.
visitanto bezonas pagi nur duonon de la preso.
Jadi kelihatannya dunia ini memang sering banyak isekai, banyak orang yang diisekai ke dunia ini. Makanya sistem visitanto pun banyak orang yang udah tahu kamu visitanto. Tapi jadi akhirnya banyak juga orang lokal yang berusaha mengeksploitasi fakta itu dan kemudian pura-pura jadi visitanto dan kawan-kawan.
お金ならあります。
And there you go.
この世界での350円はトリツェント、クヴィンデク、エノイ。
Enoi. Oh iya, bacanya bukan J. Bacanya Enoi. Y, ini J itu bacanya Y. Enoi. It's so long to say. First 300 is 3 cent. Then 50 is queen deck. Queen deck, bacanya bentar.
この世界での350円はトリツェント、クヴィンデク、
Kuvin.
エノイ。
V-nya dibaca. V-nya keras, bukan queen tapi kuvin. Jadi sama seperti ya tadi dua sama duva. V-nya dibaca deva, bukan dua tapi deva. Present queen deck enoi. Okay, fair enough. First 300 is 3 cent, then 50 is queen deck. Then you stick enoi at the end. Was this like a game or some kind of magic spell? No, it's language. It's language. It's how languages work.
とりあえず勉強の実践はここまで。
Okay, good. I headed back to Ruka's apartment in high spirits, where I promptly got into something more comfortable. Then I dove into the sofa and opened the magazine, ready to relax. The content was about what I expected. It was just like the fashion magazines from my world, starting with articles that I could tell were all seasonal features based on the photos.
こういうのが流行りなのか。
The long skirts that they were all wearing caught my attention. Come to think of it, Ruka and Miss Reyes had been on the long side too.
私も試してみようかな。
Aku senang dengan fashion rok panjang. Menurutku lebih elegan daripada rok pendek. Aku suka style yang cool, bukan yang cute atau yang seksi. I lounged as I continued flipping through the pages. I knew it was bad manners, but I was the only one here, so whatever. I put my hands on my shorts and tried to imagine myself in a skirt.
動きやすいからな、この格好。捨てがたいんだよ。
I might be able to make up for it by wearing extra long socks. Besides, there were bound to be other fashionable coordinations. I flipped through the other pages, watching the tops change as I progressed. Suddenly, there were pictures of lighter outfits. The sleeveless look was a little too unforgiving, even for a perpetual t-shirt lover like myself.
季節的にこれから気温は下がる一方だと思うし。
I was a little surprised when I saw an underwear feature on the next page. And then, as I flipped further ahead,
ちょっと
the shot was of a girl in a racy pose. I couldn't help but stare. I had the feeling that the focus was meant to be less on her stylish bra and more on the skin underneath. Was it a pair of sexy female models with their legs intertwined kind of putting the emphasis on romance? Oh, was this really a fashion magazine? Their faces were close enough to be on the verge of kissing. Their hands seemed to be roaming over each other's backs. As I was processing what I was seeing, I heard the lock on the front door turn. I hurriedly closed the magazine and put it on the end table. I would die if Ruka saw something like that. For now, I would just have to hide it somewhere inconspicuous. Wait, no! I looked around, but I couldn't find anywhere to hide it. Why hide something? Just, what do I do? Well,
しますよ。
what do I do? Save dan wrap it up right here. Jadi itulah The Expression Amrilato, karya Suke Rasparo dan dipublish oleh Manga Gamer. Aku udah save kan?
セーブだけど大丈夫？
Okay. The Expression Amrilato. Kotonoha Amrilato, karya Suke Rasparo dan dipublish oleh Manga Gamer. Apakah game ini game bagus? Menurutku ya, sejauh ini cukup engaging. Gameplaynya, story-nya, visualnya, musiknya bagus, karakternya semuanya likable, dan aku akan suka ini. Cukup suka untuk lanjut main ini besok siang jam 1 sampai jam 5 sore seperti biasa. Well, kalau begitu kita tunggu aja besok mau aku sembunyikan majalahnya di mana. Selain itu sambil menunggu besok ya silahkan like, comment, share, subscribe dan bla bla blanya. Twitter follow di @storygamerindo dan di Instagram di @storygamerindonesia. Ya. Aku sedikit ragu aku akan main ini dan bukannya game tentang gun yang aku sebut kemarin, bukan shooter loh. Tapi aku pikir aku akan namatin Amrilato dan ini ada sequelnya loh. Jadi setelah tamat ini, nanti aku akan tamatin sequelnya lagi. Mungkin nggak langsung. Jadi setelah ini aku ganti game tentang gun, habis itu ganti game lain, habis itu sequelnya Amrilato mungkin. Nggak langsung. Paling nggak 2 game atau 3 game diantaranya. Tapi sambil nunggu besok apapun yang terjadi. Ya udah, itu aja dulu untuk hari ini. Aku akan coba untuk nyari spidol baru supaya besok nulisnya lebih bagus. Kalau nggak ketemu, ya udah besok masih pakai spidol ini. Tapi habis itu untuk sesi berikutnya aku akan ganti spidol atau aku akan isi tintanya. Kelihatan udah habis ini, jadi tulisannya tadi jelek banget. Atau aku nyari kertas, entahlah. Tapi kelihatannya aku pakai papan tulis aja deh. Pakai ini, lebih hemat kertas. Jadi begitu dulu untuk hari ini. Terima kasih udah nonton, semoga terhibur, semoga belajar sesuatu, semoga mempelajari bersamaku tentang game ini. Aku mau ngomong selamat malam, tapi aku lupa selamat malam dalam bahasa Yuliamu apa. Aku baru, you know what? Makasih udah nonton. Bye-bye.